crew with me as well. They're waving. They're not on CamX. We've got our thank you for waiting. Second breath will begin shortly. Should we just jump straight into it? Is everybody cam ready? Cam ready?
The question, Plucky, is: are you ready and are you recording?
I am recording and I am ready. Like, some may say I was born ready, but that was a lie.
Is the audio muted?
Not this time. Not this time. Which is kind of a mercy for the people viewing it, right? Last time, you didn't have to listen to me for like a whole minute. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at those beautiful faces, folks. Better grab my hat. Yeah. So it's been a long week for me. I've been a bit sick. Oh, and Howie87, welcome to the stream. Haven't seen your name before. Feel free to say hi in chat. We're all friendly here.
Only very few people bite, I promise. I may or may not be one.
I can imagine Amber Glow being a biter. Not gonna spend much time
You don't want to know
imagining
that answer.
Amber Glow, like in those lonely hours between daylight. Anyway.
Amber Glow's not lonely.
Yeah.
Amber is never alone.
Yeah.
Am I? Cheshire.
She's like a freeloader though, isn't she, really? She just like sort of doesn't even have to walk around. She just like hops into Cheshire and just like gets carried around. That's how I imagine
that.
I mean, like, no, I
In fact,
don't.
that's never been established.
I know, I'm just like throwing out various
There's no confirmation
accusations.
of where she is. Like, the last time we saw her, she was in a closet. Let's be serious. She was in a closet the last time we saw her.
Wow, so last session was a bit of a weird one. Lines were crossed. Like, people were taken into themselves, lots of intimacies. I mean, I'm still injured. So there's a lot going on, really.
It's okay.
There is, isn't there?
Anyways,
Does anybody have any... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I need to look up the recovery time for health levels.
It's a long time. I think it, like, unless I activate my mending spirit, it's going to be a long, like, -1 dice pool penalty.
Gotcha.
The one thing that the Solar Exalted is their actions.
You break up a little bit there. Something about Solar Exalted should be babysit, kept occupied, kept out of trouble at all times.
I said the only thing. 1 minute. I'm going to disable everyone else from the internet.
That's good.
The only thing the Solar Exalted are not good at is escaping the consequences of their actions.
That's, I think that's more than a fair enough statement.
I like the Simpsons line of they are the cause of and solution to all of their problems.
I mean, I felt like Etta's planning's got a long way to go before it like convinces me that he's the mastermind. He betrays himself. I mean, it could have gone a little less rougher in that whole city, but I mean, we got out in one piece, so I don't know.
You're not out yet.
Oh gosh, why did I open my mouth? My beautiful mouth. Why did I open it? Ooh, thank you very much, The Onyx Path, for hosting. We're just in our kind of pre-stream warm-up where we get ourselves comfortable, try and remember what's gone on. I hope you guys and girls had a less stressful and ill week than I have. I'm a little bit off my game, but try and deliver Captain Ash at his finest.
Yeah, just a busy week. Busy week here in the US. Lots of work, very little time. What about everyone else?
I have been blessedly free of the drama llama. I have just been tired.
Oh, that's good. Drama Llama does sound like a really awful guest. Sounds like he's been travelling like Tibet and like trying to find himself, and then has come back and realised that, you know, life's a lot more complicated than like isolation. And all his wisdom doesn't always apply, and he creates drama everywhere. I imagine he's the kind of house guest that loses the remote control, and because he's not watching TV, or she's not watching TV, it doesn't matter to her. Is that not how you guys picture the drama llama?
Yes?
Ooh, actually, I know what I'm curious about. Elk, you set a competition previously.
I did.
Was there a winner? Can we know about it? What's the dealio?
The answer to your question is no, there was not a winner. No one has correctly divined what is going on. For those of you who weren't there last session, some things happened, and I made mention that I had actually posted about it many, many months ago before this game was even a thing on the Onyx Path forums for Exalted. And I had a few people contact me thinking that they had found what it was that I was talking about, and so far no one has been able to collect a prize.
Do you want to know what my little guess is?
You can guess away.
Are you sure? Like, I guess that somehow Kashim Kassar is related to Etza, and this has all been like a sidereal plot to separate two people at birth, and like Kashim Kassar is actually like now the abyssal mirror of Etza's Eclipse cast, whatever that is. I don't know abyssals very well, and basically his evil twin.
They're called the Moon Shadow, and no.
Well, I mean, it was so like trope-tastic. How could it not be right?
Well, there are at least half a dozen people out there who know what it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Might know it.
joking, kind of. I like the mirror of like Eclipse cast was probably the only serious bit about that. But I thought it would be funny if it turned out it was related to. So.
Well, there's a certain amount of
What?
Suspense, anticipation.
I was. Yes, yes. I was going to make reference to saying, and I don't know who said it. Something about I've failed 99 times, but now I just know 99 ways not to do something, and so I to learn from it or something.
Yeah.
I'm not going to just attribute it to Einstein because apparently he said a lot of things that he didn't actually say.
I thought it was Edison that said he'd found 99 ways to not make the light bulb. Or something.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not going to put a name to it because I don't know. But I used that in my university arts degree. The project was to take build a black and white pinhole camera and take some quality photos with it. And I failed immensely. And so when I sort of submitted the final work that I had, and it was this really, honestly, this terrible photo, and he asked me about it, he said, well, the part of the project was to, show that you could do the development process and all those sorts of things. So what exactly have you learned from this? I'm just going, well, 99 ways not to take a photo. He liked that, so he gave me a pass.
Nice.
End of story.
Would you say things weren't so black and white when it came to that project?
They existed somewhere in a state of grey.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
How many shades of grey?
Somewhat more than 50.
Over 9,000!
Wow, I'm loving how hyped everybody is. It has got that like
a lot of
high energy feel. Sorry, shit.
Oh, that's fine with me. I'm perfectly hyped.
So I'm looking at this 16 experience. I'm like, should I buy some charms? Should I like go crazy with buying some ability points?
That's two whole favored charms.
I know. I mean, I could even buy sorcery in theory.
You have 3 occult?
I mean, I've got 8 solar experience, so I could bump it up with my solar experience occult. See, like, I was thinking Because I know you wanted that artifact mask or something. Some craziness. So it's like, do I just pick up trading artifacts? Like, is that the way I go?
To pick that up, you need a certain rating in both lore and occult.
Yeah, so I'd have to raise my
occult. Pick up the skill
by 2 dots.
You have to raise your occult no matter what. I think you already have the lore covered.
Yeah, lore's free, which is good. And then I'd have to buy like quite a lot. I'm gonna have to. I need a pen, folks, to calculate how much experience it would cost to raise my like dot all the way up to 5 in artifact. I mean, I don't know why I'd do that. I mean, I'm not going to be making a lot of artifacts, but
you have craft favored, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so that's 3 initial purchase. 1 to get to 2 dots.
Oh, is it only? I thought it would be 2
to get to 3 dots.
Wow, I've been calculating this wrong.
5 to get to 4 dots. And 7 to get
Times
to...
2 minus 1.
Yeah.
Wow, apparently I can't do maths, folks.
So 3, 1, 3, 7, 5, 12, plus another 7, 19.
Yeah. 19, that's like 2 charms and some change, folks. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's just attributes.
Yeah.
Or just abilities.
Plus another 4 for getting my occult to 3.
Yeah.
21. I could actually do
your
it!
craft and my martial arts are XP.
I could just tap myself out, as long as Elk doesn't mind me just splurging it in. I'd have to find some like spurious reason why I'm like... I'd have to find some like artifacts.
Yes, I'm playing loose with the training times. If you're going to just suddenly conjure up knowledge on how to craft artifacts, I'd like some kind of
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't just... I'd find some sort of MacGuffin that allows me to do it. I'm not a complete amateur here, folks. But I mean, if there was ever a place to find MacGuffins, it would be in a city with like Yashir creating all these resources in one place. I imagine there's got to be some occulty stuff around. If I put my nose to it.
I thought it would have been the McBaker city.
Are we changing the name so I can say it easy? I can say McBaker. That's easy.
No, because
it's literally the first sound of the alphabet, next to the 3rd sound of the alphabet.
Muck is the first.
Chi, ah.
I don't know.
Oh, Chia.
Chia. Ooh, and then watch me like not pronounce it in game. I love this music.
For one of the first times ever, we've actually been ready to start on time, and we have just rambled for 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean,
we want to just make 10:30 our normal starting time, or 10:30 my time.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was like what we were aiming for anyway. But I mean, I'm happy to go with the flow. Really, I was enjoying rambling, trying to make some decisions. Like,
I don't mind rambling. I'm just checking.
Have you guys bought any charms?
Yes.
Yes.
I bought lots of charms.
Oh, jeez.
I bought 1.
Elk, you literally bought all of them. Plus some.
Were you
that don't exist.
And it cost me more in shipping than it cost me to purchase the actual book.
Were you...
Thanks, Australian tax government.
Culture Shock, were you tempted to like try and use 47 to teach you a charm? Because you're like Eclipse and you can do that.
Sorry, you broke up there. Use my what?
Use 47? Remember? That elemental we had as a pet?
Mm-hmm.
Were you tempted to get him to teach you a charm because you're like Eclipse and you can learn charms and...
I don't think he has a charm.
I don't think he has any charms that I can learn from him.
Oh, okay. Wow.
They have to be specifically Eclipse keyed.
Oh.
Which there aren't that many in the book.
Yeah, that's how...
There's like 8.
And the ones that are like thematic abilities rather than like more dice.
The dice are nice. You get to roll them. They make sounds.
Yes, but that's what your solar charms for.
Yeah. I mean, all you really need for extra drive is the excellency, right? That's such an amazing charm.
The solar charm set is almost literally just burying your opponent in dice.
It's hard to argue against.
Yeah. You didn't
just
expect.
Literally make a wall of dice. All right. So, are we ready for some tea leaving excellence?
Tajima?
Oh gosh, yeah. Give me a minute, folks. Give me a minute to gather myself.
That's right. We can chatter for another 10 minutes while he's gathering himself. How are you two, specifically Culture and Zix, feeling about the way the situation has turned out? I'm interested to know.
Player or character?
Both.
Player, utterly intrigued. I'm keep biting at the bit, and I will always go for the cliches. So finding out A, what my dream means, B, what the ramifications are, and if Cheshire's going to decide whether or not he believes the whole thing that Etzer planned. And then as Cheshire, still emotionally distraught, I'm imagining him swinging from emotion to emotion much more violently than even before. Just happy, sad, angry, sad. Until he can get a handle on everything that's running around in his head. And then there's no more amber glow, or at least he can't hear its voice right now. So now he feels alone again.
Yeah, I picked an interesting... I need to turn that off. But if I bring up the utility to turn it off, it takes over the entire computer and all of the sound cuts out. It's a bit of a thing. You work out how to unlock it from everything. I picked an interesting time to do that to you, I noticed. As in, like, the previous session, we established that, you know, Amber could be this nice emotional crook, and then it's just like the moment you actually needed him, he's just...
Yep.
So, like, there you go.
Warn
me if I torture you too much.
I mean, I player have pretty much resigned Cheshire to being just the emotional torture bot.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. Wow.
That's what he feels like right now.
He can be so much more than that. He could be the torture robot.
Don't make him do the dance. Break it down.
Speaking of, he hasn't had anything to eat in a while.
Oh no.
I mean,
Are you sure?
Yeah, he's passed up. Well, it's been a day. He's passed up one opportunity and he has missed the other.
Yeah, this is true. And even absorbing intimacies didn't affect the hunger. So,
which is kind of a good thing, right? We don't want him to go around killing people to absorb their intimacies to get his fix. That would be that'd be crazy.
What about you, Shock?
I'm really enjoying it. I'm really curious as to what exactly happened. From Etzer's perspective, feels like he got one up because he considers himself to be a criminal mastermind. In fact, it's his larceny specialty. So the fact that he failed at his job and then some weird player that he doesn't know about whisked off with his prey makes him feel like he's been kind of put in his place. And on the other hand, Etzer's really like selfish and self-absorbed, So because now Cheshire is so freaked out and sad, he's just like, oh yeah, other people have emotions. Because he basically just hangs around with the court, who were kind of sycophants to him. So he's like, oh, other people have egos and desires of their own. I feel like a real jerk right now.
Can't think of any more questions.
Should we get into it then, I guess?
Is Tashima ready?
Oh gosh, is he ever ready, folks? Don't think so, but I'll give it a go.
Get ready to...
Tashima Umazai here with another tea leaving special. Whew, these tea leaves are dark today, some secrets are brewing. Cheshire's got some secrets. Etza's got some secrets. Captain's had some secrets from long ago. But what secrets remain in Chira? That's right, folks. Having successfully liberated and broken a peace? What are these intrepid heroes? I mean, can we call their actions heroic? I mean, I'm not one to judge. I mean, I sweep the poop deck all day, but killing a load of sailors that with a weapon from Thorn seems kind of dark, really. But at least he gave them a good send-off. The tea leaves show a beautiful ceremony with an audience of ghosts. Our young Zenith spirits away them. I guess that means there won't be too many hungry ghosts in the bay. Which is good, because I want to sail in and find out all the treasure and the local ladies. Meanwhile, Etza was injured in some elemental attack while on his own. Doesn't quite kill his nemesis, I'm guessing, in the form of Kashir Kazan, who is... What's going on? I thought he was locked in a box. Who is that strange, mysterious lady in blood? Freeing him. I don't like this. I don't like ghost stories. No, this is not good. So yeah, that city's Chiru's getting pretty spooky despite the Free's efforts. What will happen with the city in the aftermath of mass murder and attempted murder? Find out now or next. I don't know. I feel like they're very hit and miss, folks, I'm afraid. So, but basically, we liberated Chura. Am I getting it closer, right? I feel like I'm getting closer to the name of the place.
Can you say Chi?
Chi?
Ah.
Chia? Chia?
Chia.
Chia? Chia? Anyway, Chia. Yeah, I'm like really curious to see whether this episode is going to have us picking up the pieces and like ensuring stability in the region, or whether we're going to just wander off for the next adventure.
I'm also wondering how my cup is going to continue to play into things, because it's just one of those mysterious things that's hanging out in the background, waiting to be sprung.
I bet it's the secret to all our, like, you know, at the end we're going to need something, and it'll be your cup that saves the day. That'd be amazing.
It's actually the last world-ending artifact.
Or could you imagine it's tied to like some like little village in a bubble, and every time you pour liquid in, it's slowly like filling up.
Because what Cheshire needs is more psychological damage.
Turns out you drowned 3 people the other day playing around with wine.
Oh, okay.
Where's this
Just
mysterious?
throw that onto the stack of bodies. There's another one.
Meanwhile, the villagers, like, before their, like, god king that they're praying to, why? Why do you keep on sending this liquid away? What have we done to, like, anger you?
So, the box hangs open. Kashima's gone. Your arms and joints ache. Like you've been holding this position for a long hour. And all of a sudden you can move again. Everyone saw this phantom presence as if in a glimpse or like a waking dream. And then it was gone. And while they were paused, watching the scene unfurl, the night carried on without them. The figure, as I mentioned, is gone. Kashim is also gone, the box hanging open. You don't remember seeing him leave or be released. Just that long, long moment of gleeful fascination this being seemed to have with him before they disappeared, leaving the three of you alone in the room. The blood on the floor now cooled and starting to congeal, sticky.
Has it?
The night air has begun to harden it.
Have we actually been frozen for an hour, or has it just seemed like an hour?
It seemed like a lot shorter for you, but I'm telling you that you've been frozen.
Okay, do we get our essence back? I need them motes, folks.
No.
Damn it.
Full time stop.
Wow, that's scary, actually. Is everybody okay?
Cheshire's climbing down from the sarcophagus. The chains are rattling that are still holding up the empty case. He comes down, almost misses his footing, turns to Etzer, that's injured, and slowly walks over. He leans down onto one knee and takes Etzer by the hand and grasps it and holds it hard. What happened?
I have no idea. I've never seen that woman before. I stressed how dangerous this gentleman was. It would seem that a sarcophagus is not enough to bind him.
Could I do a lore roll to see if anything like this has happened in any stories of like weird, mysterious figures coming away and wisping around people in like
make
near
a
death?
roll.
Yeah, love to. I mean, this seems really spooky to me, folks. That's what I want to say.
While he's doing that, Elk,
Yeah.
when the mysterious figure came into the room, I know that we were all frozen, but was there any kind of emotional presence Cheshire could feel coming off of it, or her?
I know we've played with him seeing emotions, but can he actually like just detect emotions like that? His ability to do that?
No. Not outside of your input. So, seeing emotions.
Then I would say that it's not that there was no emotion. But Cheshire would have the sense that the emotion was so large, he was incapable of perceiving it.
Does my speciality stories of the Dreaming Sea apply?
No.
Okay, I got 3 successes. Ooh, no, let me re-roll that, sorry folks. I am wounded. That means I get 1 less die. Gotta remember that.
Only to physical things, not mental activities.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, then 3 successes.
3. None of the tales that you have heard or read or had encountered match the description of this being in any way, shape, or form.
But there has been tales of, like, strange beings snatching people away, I guess. But nothing to do with...
There's always tales of people who've gone missing, perhaps being taken by someone. Tales of someone witnessing someone being taken. But these specific circumstances, this specific description doesn't match anything that you've heard. Nothing that you could tie to reliably, anyway.
Gentlemen, I'm at a loss. I've never heard of anything quite like this. I believe we're in uncharted territories.
I can't say I've felt anything like that either. I'm hard to move. Stiff.
Yes, I think what we all need is a good massage and a stiff drink.
Cheshire takes his finger and flicks one of the crystals that's popping out of your side. Massage. Right.
Or triage? Is that the word? First one, then the other.
I could do with some rest. I'm feeling a little bit worse for wear.
Can you walk? That's her.
Yes, it's not as bad as it looks.
All right. Cheshire stands up, offers his hand out in front of him to Etzer.
And Etzer will take your hand and walk with you out of the building.
Do you still have that feeling of guilt and satisfaction? But I'm sure that satisfaction has been replaced.
We have him putting on a stoic face. He is wary right now. If necessary, I am increasing my guile. Etzer has committed to this path, and he is sticking to it wholeheartedly.
Okay. Cheshire is trying to get an emotional read based on the feeling of the room and the tone of Etzer's voice, as well as his body maneuvers. Because even with an exploding elemental, given it's supposed to be random, he's not as hurt as he could be, based on Captain Ash's and my own injuries. So it's a read intentions.
I'll give you a 1 point stun.
While Cheshire is dealing with Etzer, I am going to scoop up any remains of Cheshire, some like bits of blood and hair, and put them into a little glass vial.
There is a lot of blood on the floor.
I mean, I don't need all of it. I just need like a bit of hairs, a bit, any like. I'm
sure there's some hair that's fallen somewhere at some point. It's not exactly shedding though.
No. Just basically like remains, a bit of his blood, stuff. Basically, I feel like the captain's a bit of a sort of superstitious, so he's going to try and get the ingredients because he knows that like bits of the remains of the dead can ward off spirits, at least in his mind. So, in some cultures.
My guile.
Your guile's 7?
I picked up Shadow over Day, which really helps with that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I rolled 11 dice, and I got 12 successes? 13?
Yes, you do.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yeah.
What was the nature of this read intentions?
To get his emotional state, how he feels now.
I'll let Etta describe.
No, like I said before, he feels concerned and frightened that Kashim has gotten away, and he feels sad and sympathetic to you because he suddenly seems to realize how affected you are by this. He doesn't really feel guilty.
Okay, so sad, disappointment,
And concern.
and concern. Those are all reasonable emotions given the situation. None of them stand out particularly for giving you away. If there was any kind of taste of satisfaction in there, it would have signed your doom.
Oh no, he thinks this is kind of another step back. He thought he was so damn clever, and then someone swooped away with his prize right under his nose and in front of your face. So he is feeling pretty schooled right now.
When you do leave the... Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
When you do leave the building, you notice that the heavens have moved. Time has worn on. Anyone even remotely familiar with navigating by the stars, like Captain Ash, would note that it has been at least an hour of being trapped in that building, unmoving. That's why your bodies ache so much right now. They've been stuck in place.
On the entire walk back, Cheshire's going to be rolling his arms and stretching out his legs. He has all that, he has all that acid buildup from being in the same place for too long, trying to stretch it out. But he does tell Etzer, I'm happy that you didn't sustain any life-threatening injuries. I don't understand. Who was that woman? Why did Kashim Kasham's elemental explode? Surely it wouldn't have been ordered to do that by Kashim, knowing it might hurt him, but maybe he thought he was safe inside the casket. I don't understand. I don't get it.
I would not think too heavily on the matter. The Ysir are plotters by nature. They're devious and backstabbing, untrustworthy individuals. Maybe, I could only assume that it was his Victory, but they all look the same to me, so it's very hard to tell. They're faceless gemstones. But there could have been one hidden amongst his that was maybe watching for a moment to strike him down. You saw how readily he was to fight us when we first approached under our disguises of robes and thought we were fellow sorcerers. I can't imagine they wouldn't stop to stoop to something so low as assassination. As for that other person, I don't know. Maybe it is another creature that he is bound, some sort of contingency plan to whisk him away. Maybe it is another one of his enemies, someone that wants to use him as a larger piece in their game. I unfortunately think that sooner or later we will find out whether we want to or not.
There's no way that is a creature that Kashim bound to his will. Why would he wait so long to pull it out? There'd be no reason for it. As soon as he fell into as soon as he passed out last time, it would have come to his aid.
But the movement of things in such a way, that is a powerful feat of essence. I mean, even the most talented sorcerers can at most summon a wind around them to sail away, but to vanish like that's some serious mojo. I would think that something like that would be difficult to set up into place, something that you could only use on a rare occasion. I would probably wait until the moment where I was at death's door to have it spirit me away. No pun intended.
Well, Cheshire and Edsa are discussing this. I'm going to be looking for, with my nose, for a trail. Did they actually just disappear, or did they walk out of the building? Is there a trail to follow?
Give me perception plus survival.
Okay. I'm assuming my unsurpassed smell relates to this if it's a tracking.
Yes.
Cool. Let me just read. I think it gives me automatic successes and bonuses if they're injured and trying to hide. Let me look at the exact wording though.
But is it based on perception-based rolls or awareness?
Adds her perception or a minimum of 2 automatic successes to any survival-based rolls to track a character or hunt for food or water using her sense of smell, and extends her range for doing so, half her essence rounded up in miles.
Nice.
Cool, so it's just rolling my perception. I guess I get the -1 penalty. So I'm rolling 2 dice plus 3 automatic successes. Is that right? Yep. I get 3 automatic successes, so 3 successes.
The trail from Kashim's scent seems to head out towards the bay.
Is this the one that was earlier? I can tell, like, roughly time, I believe. Let me just find out the entry where it says. Or is this a new trail?
I'm telling you now, his trail leads out to the bay.
Okay.
You can follow it if you want.
I'll gather the attention of the others. It seems that they didn't disappear in a blink of an eye. There's a trail leading to the bay. I can smell him.
Onward, sir.
That would explain why it got dark got lighter so suddenly. Because it was like midnight whenever we were in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Guess we'll attempt to pursue.
Okay. Are you sure about that? We are injured.
Now is not the time to shy away, I think.
All right.
Okay. Heading down through the city streets, things here seem to have changed. There's been no obvious passage. The people here are still tentative, still a little worried, but word of the cord that Edsa has held broker between the noblesse classes and the freemen has already begun to spread. There has been celebration and jubilation throughout the streets. People have been sort of drinking and eating, celebrating. And so the trio passing through the streets is almost like a small dark cloud of sort of worry and concern amongst all of this celebration going on around them. As the trail leads down along the cobbled streets towards the bay, it takes you out to the same jetty where Cheshire had loosed the blade. Ash can tell that he had lingered here for long moments before casting himself into the sea, where the trail runs cold.
He seems to have cast himself into the murky depths. I can't catch his scent. Sea's too turbulent. And there's no... I think we've lingered too long for there to be a trail of blood visible. Anyway, if there would be any blood. There hasn't been
There
like a...
There is no trail of blood.
No, that... So, despite him appearing injured, it's not like there was any blood on the trail, just his scent. Is that correct?
Just as it. Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
There wasn't any blood on the trail either. Maybe he's also been touched by spirits.
There's very few spirits I know of that show up at the time of a man's death. Outside of those to either carry a spirit away or take it to the underworld.
Who
But
knows?
those are just tales.
Who knows what dark pacts Ysir has done in the pursuit of power?
Exactly. I mean, Kashi mentioned that he and his people had enslaved and bound Fae and other creatures. Who knows what horrors beyond creation that they've conjured up to make serve them.
Should we find somewhere quiet and safe and make plans in the morning? I feel things will look better in a new light.
Yes, and Cheshire immediately turns away from the beach and starts moving toward the town at a faster pace than usual.
Yeah, Etzer's probably just going to find the first house and that seems unoccupied or unlocked and just go in there and commandeer a bed.
That's not awkward at all.
So we're just turning. Just going to turn in for the night? Any other plans?
On Cheshire's side, yes.
Ash?
What's the weather like? Is it a pleasant evening?
Not a cloud in the sky.
Okay. Cool. I might
The bay, the water in the bay is actually quite still, considering what has happened. Great black mirror, sort of reflecting the night sky. Brilliant lights, sort of twinkling upon it. The moon in its great, big, full glory.
I'll clamber onto like a flat roof of a building, and just sort of camp out under the stars. Maybe sort of have a little conversation with Adori about the day, my worries before slipping off to sleep.
That one's no porn either.
Kashim?
That one.
Hmm.
That one is no porn.
No. But what manner of board do we have before us, Adori? How many moves will we have to make before we see the game stratagem unfold?
Finding out will be exciting.
I do live for excitement, and I have no doubt that we're fare well in the game with each other at our sides.
This night, Cheshire dreams again. But when the dream begins, he's almost immediately aware of what's happening. Immediately passes into a lucid state. He's still there having dinner with his father and his mother. The meal seems to shift between a few different ones. Things that he misses from his mother. Just as his mind tries to make up what would decide what would be most comforting. And there's no rattling at the door, but it's there and it's present. And Amber is nowhere to be found, felt, or heard.
If Cheshire tries to leave the house, does it go in like an endless funhouse kind of maze where it's just a doorway leads back into the house?
This is your dream. You can lead wherever you like.
His house wasn't on the shore, but when he goes to the window, he sees not what would normally be there. Instead, he remembers the ocean, and he remembers watching Amber Glow get struck by lightning. And the memory plays back through the window as the last time he saw it alive, supposedly, before it became more mysterious of a figure. And then Cheshire tries to go through all the memories that he had with Amber, from being on the Eddy to on the Flirtatious Muse to the sword throw. He just wants to hold on to that as much as he can.
Amber was never a distant caretaker. But there was an understanding in Cheshire that Amber didn't look to care for him necessarily. Amber looked to possess him. Amber is a fae, a raksha, a personification of a chaotic force from beyond the edge of existence. It's not human. He knows that it doesn't feel emotion. That's why it feeds on it. And all the time he's spent with Amber, all the resources and time Amber has spent cultivating Cheshire and his abilities and his mind and his experiences, Amber never fed on Cheshire, not directly. Maybe a peripheral feeling here or there, but never directly drew from Cheshire. And while they didn't share a particular action in that way, one thing Cheshire is absolutely certain of is that Amber was incapable of feeling emotion. He could pretend at it. He could play at it. He could make all of the right sounds and signs and motions and gesticulations to convey the sense of it possessing such things, but it didn't. He knew that it didn't. And yet, now, with whatever bond that they formed between them, whatever has happened to Amber and now Cheshire, he could swear that love is real. And that flies in the face of anything that he's ever known about a fae, ever.
Funny how
he thinks back.
Sorry.
And when he thinks back to that night on the docks, he replays the moments before and the moments after the strike of lightning that struck him down. He could swear Amber was smiling. And that what happened to it was not a surprise. And that it welcomed it. Like it had been waiting, biding its time.
After Cheshire's done remembering all of the experiences he's had in the last several months, he'll go back to the kitchen, sit down at the table, and look between his mother and his father, trying to remember what they used to talk about whenever he was younger, since he wasn't able to see them face to face in such a long time. This is where he's going to try to find comfort, remembering their images, their illusions.
They spend most of their time talking about their day, asking Cheshire what he had done, asking how he's feeling. There was a sense that your father had struggled in life. But whatever it was that happened outside of the walls of this house to him, never brought it home. Here he was a father, a loving, devoted father. And he was a husband, a loving and devoted husband. And no matter how hard it was out there, he'd never, ever breached these walls. And in the midst of this conversation, Cheshire's mind seems to finally settle on breakfast. Suddenly, the scent of warm and toasted bread fills the air, that enveloping and comforting scent. And as his mother puts a plate down in front of him, he realizes it's a meal that she's never served him before. Bread roasted over the fire so that it crisps up on the outside, enhancing its scent. It's still soft in the middle. And a light spread of butter just laying over the top and sprinkled upon it cinnamon and brown sugar as the dark shape looms over the behind him, and he wakes once more.
Well, that's not quite as unpleasant as the previous dream, but it's still jarring. That heebie-jeebie feeling, the creepy cringe of having someone behind you and then being presented with something unfamiliar by a familiar person. It's cringe-worthy. He just kind of curls up into the fetal position in bed, eyes wide.
Etza, in the morning, you've slept in. Not an early riser today, if ever you have been. But as the sun sort of pours in through the window, and as it has moved throughout the morning and the rays have sort of scanned through the room, finally making their way up to shine directly at your face, the warmth of the morning wakes you. Open your eyes to find Ermine Love, sort of standing over you, looking down at you, bed.
Oh, hello?
Etza!
Did you bring me something fresh to wear?
darling! What have you done to your shirt?
I didn't do this. A dastardly elemental.
Tatters, it's in ruins.
Mm.
It is a trophy of my combat.
It's as ghastly as what it is.
Yes, it is a little stained with blood.
Well, what are you going to do? Are we going to... She starts sort of pouring over you. All she wants to talk about right now is clothes, what you're going to wear. And apparently she's sort of lugged up one of the chests, sort of throws it open, and sort of these springs down and these large racks and hanging clothes down. She starts running her hands down them to smooth them out and starts trying to try on different outfits on you, sort of holding them over you.
I think maybe a laurel crown to commemorate the victory, and something regal that says, this man is an authority. After all, I am helping build their new government.
Ash,
Yes.
how early do you wake up?
Well,
With the sun later on?
usually you find Ash at the break of, up at the break of dawn, training with his new companion Adore. But as the night goes on and Ash's body recuperates motes of essence, steam starts to rise from his body as little filaments of essence expand between the gaps in his skin, his wounds, reaching over, touching each other and fusing them together as he begins to activate body mending meditation.
Okay. 1 second.
Body mending meditation. What does that do?
That speeds up my healing by a factor of essence times successes. And that was my pitiful attempt at trying to stunt it, because I thought, I'd like to be healed soon, but can't really think how it would be. Talked about like bones knitting together, so I thought, as most of my injuries are probably my skin, where the shards of my flesh, where the shards of gems were, that would be the most appropriate. We'll see if I get any stunt dice fakes.
Well, you have described your action, so I'll give you 1 point.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And now take it away.
Oh,
That's what you get for being cocky.
I'm just excited.
Yeah, look where that got Etza.
Yeah.
Everything's
Shots fired.
coming up aces.
Okay, so that's without stunt die, so...
What? No,
Those are actually jokers.
I was joking.
Oh gosh,
I
phew.
was joking.
So
Just
stamina,
roll 2 extra dice.
resistance, plus 8 dice for my excellency.
Just wakes up.
Minus 1. 19 dice, come on. I need to be fully healed, buddies.
Jiminy Christmas, how much damage did you take?
6 health levels? That's quite a lot,
Oh!
you know?
Oh, okay then. I forgot that part.
He happens to be very hardy, though, so
Yeah.
like someone else we know.
Oh my.
8 successes, my healing is sped up by a factor of 8 for today. So let's see how that translates in medical terms, as long as I'm resting. So I'm going to take it easy until I'm here with folks. How much time has passed though? What time? As soon as I'm
If you're getting up at the door,
I'm not.
It's been 5 hours since you went to bed.
Okay, that's good to know. We're adding an extra.
I think you heal a lethal every 6 hours.
But consider me resting up and staying out of the hustle and bustle for today. I might flip out a little. Can you do reading when you're is that classed as resting? That's what people do in hospitals.
Yes.
Don't they? Yeah. So I'll be just I'll be just like chilling.
The strain of your eyes focusing prevents your muscles from bending.
I'll be like thumbing through an interesting like book that I picked up and like just sunbathing and just having rest.
Yeah, as long as you're not sort of moving around heavy physical activity, that's resting.
Fantastic.
So me on the average Saturday.
After Edsa has finally decided upon what it is that he's going to be wearing and can decide specifically what it will be, Ermine Love signs off on it, adds a little bit of extra flair of her own, just to accent it, just to like whenever Edsa dresses himself or decides what it is he wants to wear, it's always good. But Ermine Love has a way of sort of just tucking a fold of fabric ever such just there, and the whole outfit just comes together. It's an effect I've actually witnessed being an actor back in university. It's very interesting.
She'd be a siren of a stitch.
So when you step out into the day, you're greeted by a crowd of people. Discovered where you stayed last night, and they didn't want to sort of intrude, but they have gathered around outside. The patella has taken up residence downstairs, and they are all sort of heavily snoring away in the morning. The heavy scent of alcohol, wine, and mead, and beer, and more mead, just hanging about everywhere as you sort of walk down in.
Etzer would be a little taken aback when he comes outside and sees there's already a crowd waiting for him. Good morning, everyone. And how does this day find you?
They all sort of pretty much start talking all at once. They're very excited about what today has brought them. When they were preparing for... When they woke up yesterday, they were outcasts, should I say. Sorry, they were outcasts, or they were slaves. Today, they're all freemen. And this burgeoning democracy that you're helping to build still has a long way to go before it's fully ratified and established. But for the meantime, a small government is starting to bloom here, and people are starting to fall back into their everyday lives. The bakers baking, cobblers cobbling. And these people are here wanting to join your entourage.
Well, I'm happy to invite them to walk with me as I have a morning constitutional and stretch out my legs before I get to work.
And what is your work for today?
He is going to try and go over any past, treaties, trying to figure out what kind of government they previously had. Did they have any kind of written laws? Is it just like they had a authoritative mayor and whatever he said it was policy? Because he wants to try and craft aspects of their new government to the current system. He doesn't want to be a completely radical departure.
During the Constitutional, these people that have gathered around him aren't to prove themselves as individually skilled as anyone from Patella might, for example, but they're all very enthusiastic about helping shape the nature of their new government. Some of them clearly hoping to influence their own lives and take a step up from where it was that they had originally found themselves. Some hangers-on and some brown noses. Some of them are quite genuine. When you do get to the center of government in this area, it's mostly just a large town hall tacked on to a residence. you're able to sort of go through some of the older papers and bring things to you. You're not sort of in charge here at the moment, but they're trying to, because you've already proven so effective at helping bring unity to them once more. And the long story of Chia is that it doesn't really have a long story. It used to be a kingdom with a monarch. The monarch bore no children and eventually died. Its advisors took over, and it's just sort of been barely patched together. One thing you do notice, though, this brings the taste of bile to the back of your throat, is that Kashim wasn't lying. These people have been at each other's throats for a long time. The upper classes, as they are, have been heavily oppressing the lower classes. Lower classes have been rebelling against them constantly. There have been revolutions here in the past, but the status quo has never changed. Just the players and the actors have reversed roles numerous times. It's a very chaotic city. It's survived on the strength of its position in the economy, but not its own economics.
So they mostly get by due to luck of geography than actual personal manufacturing or artistry.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where if anyone sort of wanted to sort of grab power and take over, they probably would have, but it would have been an awful lot of work. And it's significant enough to get by where it is, but not significant enough to really warrant attention. That is until Nasir rolled in. And even then, as you recall, he simply wanted somewhere to put his things. They weren't lawless, but there was no centralized authority. People with power just told everyone else what to do, and everyone resented it.
While Etcher's going over these documents, he is going to, in groups of 3, and he'll let them sort each other out. He's going to send members of the Patella to each of the 3 warehouses to make sure people aren't breaking in there, and absconding with the loot.
It's a good thing you prepared, because as Etzer would find out later in the day when the Patel reported back to him that they have had to turn away quite and really had to handle anyone bodily. But the curiosity of the knowledge of what was stored in the warehouses has spread. People here are starting to get ideas. Maybe one man, a pauper, could snatch enough to make himself a king. And that jubilance and that unity, right, hasn't been shattered. It's there. They're all keen on this idea of being what it is that they could be. But everyone's trying to scramble to be on top of whatever it is that eventuates.
Also, I'm going to send out Delta Swan, who's my Chamberlain, who's actually probably the most competent person in the court. And I want him to go out with 3-Sheath Snake and basically start doing a census of the town, figure out who is claiming ownership of what buildings, who all resides in there, what their status is, whether they're newly liberated freeborn, if they're former aristocrats, and so on and so forth. I want to get an idea of what if people are already starting to loot and claim each other's possessions, because obviously that temptation's there, but he also wants to get sort of a understanding of the makeup and distribution of the city between its various castes.
Cheshire, did you have any plans for today?
He's exhausted mentally and physically, but he needs to take care of that thirst before it gets out of hand again. So Cheshire crawls out of bed, goes over, finds a mirror to look at himself, kind of puts his hands on the dresser in front of it to study before donning another set of simple garments, grays, whites, dark shoes, loose fitting robes, before making his way hand along the wall out of the room. He'll make his way through the town. If there's any more jubilation and celebrating, he's going to avoid those particular portions of town. If he spots or catches the feeling of malicious intent or negative emotions, he's going to go toward that and try to stifle those. Fear, anger, sorrow. That's the flavor of the date he's going for.
Okay. I'm not going to get you to roll for any of this, but I would like to ask you, how does this affect Cheshire? Feeding on these types of emotions specifically. Is it just he's satiated, or does it have some other lasting resonance with him?
Combining with his current mental state and just the utter feeling of being overloaded and being buried under the weight of so many other emotions and people, I don't want to say it causes more of a numbing effect. The hunger is because he has to, not because he wants to. And it's to get this done and out of the way before it becomes a problem again. So yes, he's going to go through the emotion. He's going to go through the motions, and he's going to inspire these feelings in other people to accentuate them before draining them to minimize negative conflict around the town. His own self, unaffected, is a little satisfied that maybe it's helping, depending on what the outcomes of those actions are. But the emotions are still his sadness for killing all of those people, especially if he finds out that they were just here for trade or storage and not an actual threat, is going to amplify. His anger toward himself for rash decisions is going to amplify. And his fear of the unknown and what his actions may have brought upon everyone else is going to amplify. Once he's satiated, he's going to try to be on his own a little more, avoiding much human contact so it doesn't bleed over to other people.
What does malice taste like?
Ooh, malice. Let's see. I need something extremely bitter. Coffee grains. Not actual brewed coffee. Coffee grains. That okay. Taste that overwhelms the mouth and the senses.
Etta, After the census is done, the so-called noble class of Chia makes up perhaps a quarter of the actual population of the city. They are lords and ladies and people from when this was once a kingdom, landowners who sort of centralized their authority and brought it into the city rather than sort of living out. Given that living in and around the shores of the Dreaming Sea is quite dangerous. Something that should never be forgotten is that here, after what happened, almost 8 long centuries ago, wild beasts roam the lands here. Wild creatures swim the seas and make life here very difficult. And on a random day, perhaps, the storm that you can't see will sort of just roll into town and change the geography on you and roll back out again, probably never to be seen for another decade or century or so. And so they've centralized themselves in here, brought everything into town. The people, the workforce living here in more cramped conditions, or pushed out of the boundaries of the city to sort of live in the farmlands and forests and areas around, to be closer to their craft and make trips into city to deposit and hawk their wares.
So, are you familiar with the distinction between active and passive citizenship?
Perhaps not in those terms.
Okay. It's kind of an old school political thought, but basically the idea is, so Etzer has a very liberal political mindset, but he's not really a Democrat. He doesn't actually believe everyone is the right to the vote. He believes everyone has certain rights and protections from the state and tyranny that you get regardless, but the right to franchise is not open to everyone. So the idea that I am coming up with for the structure of their government is we already have sort of a body of 6 individuals from each side. And what he's thinking is there will be a dual cameral system composing of 6 members from the freemen and 6 members from the nobles, who will be elected by quote-unquote active citizens from each of the 2 social groups. And that group, those elected officials, will serve for a season, and after each season there will be a new vote. You can be up for re-election again, and every other season, alternating, one of the 2 groups will have an additional member who's only allowed to vote in moments of ties. The noble group, sort of like the American Senate, will have powers and control over sort of taxation, spending bills and authorities and like that. The Freeman group, however, their counter is that they are going to be sort of in charge of military and security operations and safety of the city. In order to be an active citizen, you're going to have a certain, you're going to have to be a resident for at least a year, own property in town, and pay a minimum level of tax equal to 1 week's worth of wages to the state, basically creating a minimum threshold of wealth. Alternatively, for the freemen, who are not obviously going to meet that wealth right criteria, they can gain voting franchise through participation in the city-state's military.
The time will come when conversation will turn to the riches stored in the warehouses. Almost unthinking, people like Armistice sort of approach you whilst you're poring over these documents and sort of drafting declarations and constitutions, articles, and start talking about their ideas for what to do with the wealth, to expand the city, to contain this, that, or the other. And it's not that any of the ideas that they come up with feed through to you are bad ideas. They're all very good for the city in their own way, usually slanted to helping their particular social group. But in all of these conversations, you note that there seems to be being no thought or provision to supplying yourself, your cause, or the muse with any of the riches stored in the warehouses.
Yeah, Etza's gonna have a conversation about that once he is done. Right now, although he will not confess this to anyone, his idea is, so he's kind of going over the inventories of the buildings. The warehouse with the second most valuable allotment of loot inside will become the property of the city-state of Chia, to pay for the costs of government and administration, and that will become the new treasury of their country. The one with the most money is ours, as our spoils and our right for being the victors and liberators of the city. And the third warehouse is going to be set aside as funds for the military confederation that I will be creating, which will be housed in Chia, and which I will happily pay them a very favorable market price for some land to set up the administration offices for that, and to pay for the various diplomats and other people that will be coming into the city, and also bringing lots of trade with them.
Are you going to present this to them as a business deal, essentially?
I'm gonna... No, because the business deal seems like there's a matter of negotiation involved. Etzer's just laying this out. There's not like, I have an idea for this money. He's like, this is what's going on with this money.
This is an amazing plan. No one else has any good ideas. Mine is the only one.
So after this day is passing through, and these conversations start to wane and disappear, and you finally have together what you believe to be a solid set of articles to put together to make your suggestion for their constitution. And you present it to them, the two groups, the freemen led by Armistice and the nobles led by some unnamed NPC that I haven't thought of yet. The talk turns to the wealth stored in the warehouse. The question is raised again. Our city has lost so much because of what has happened here. Consider it almost seem unified, and they consider it a due, a repayment by Kashim for what he has done to them. The fact that it has ultimately benefited them is, what would you say, not irrespective, immaterial. They were wounded. The fact that they have managed to pull themselves up out of the street, out of the muck, and make something good of it is simply a sign of their own wherewithal, not charity or goodwill on Kashim's part. And they're willing to part with some of it and make payment to their heroes, so to speak. But Etzer is familiar with the look. I'm sorry. It's a word that starts with avarice. Perhaps he's seen it in the mirror, perhaps not. But these people have it, and they have designs and ideas and goals that are being left unstated. And they seem hesitant to let you just dictate to them what is to be done with it. Before we proceed too much further, first of all, apologies for the screaming that's happening in the back. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Cheshire and Ash, did you want to become part of the scene such that it's... I don't want to disclude you too much.
How many hours have passed?
This has been going on throughout the day. So,
I mean, I might have something to say tomorrow, but for today, I'm just, I've had to clean up a lot of these two, problems and stuff. I'm taking a day off. There's a nice little apple tree hanging over the roof where I'm at. I've got some apples,
I'll be drawing out designs for my masks.
Yeah, that too. Totally. He's got his little sketchbook out. Has some fakes. He's not doing hard work, but yeah, sure. Get your masks.
Okay. So, Esther, faced with 12 people sitting in a room around a table looking at you, maybe the patellar is there with you, some of them are physically abled. The conversation has become quite non-conversational. It's almost as if they're falling back into their old habits of constantly infighting with each other, not trusting each other. Except this time it's all directed at you. How dare you take our money?
But it is not your money. I can actually show you on the map where all of this originated from. Fortunately, as far as I understand it, those states no longer exist, and this is your windfall. But let us not lose sight of the prize here. You have an embarrassment of riches. You have more money in one of those warehouses than you would see as the GDP of your nation for decades. I do not mean this as a slander to the prosperity and the frugility of your town, but that is just a stated fact. You can put a number of talents of worth to that money. That is very calculable. Now, I think it is entirely fitting and fair for it to be split in the way that I have suggested. For you, you get a capital for the people at this table to spend on your country, to make it as strong and as prosperous as ever. You will likely never have a situation like this had it not been for us. And even after decades of advancement, everything that you've said, there will still be money left over for generations. For some to come to us, that is only fitting as well. Did we not save you? All of you? Those who are living in caves? Those of you who are bound like clockwork creatures, sitting in your own filth, powerless to resist? And let us not forget the third portion for the Alliance. There are many other people like you who have been harmed by Ysir, scattered across. They think you are weak and isolated. We must bring them together and show them that how wrong they are. But I assure you, even though we have smashed their fleet and slain their sorcerers, and they have no idea yet what has transpired here today, sooner or later someone from Ysir will come here looking. And by that time, we need to have had allies. We need to have a base of operations. This place. You may be safe today, but you will not always be safe tomorrow. But together, we're stronger, and together we can thwart their efforts to reclaim this town.
Okay. Give me... I'll let you decide whether you were being manipulative or emphatic.
A little manipulative.
Okay.
Come on, let's face it.
We'll roll a manipulation plus presence, please.
Do I gain any stunt dice?
Yes, I'm going to give you a 2-point stun.
Are you putting willpower
You're
into
right.
it? That's
I have 2 willpower. No, I need to hold on to that.
Cheshire, as the day rolls on and you're designing together, you've finished getting off some of the populace. There was this really great moment where there was this old woman who was grieving over the loss of her son, one of the people who had been ensorcelled to dance like a clockwork automaton, and had become so malnourished, and he was already not taking care of himself that this sort of sent him over the edge, and he didn't survive the encounter. Years passed. She was full of sorrow and grieving, and there was that anger at everyone, the freemen for abandoning, the nobles for not lifting a finger to do something about it, Kashin himself for having done it, the sorceress nation of Yusiev, all of this sort of pent-up anger. And you tell her a story, perhaps a story from your past, perhaps a story you heard from Amber, perhaps a story you made up. And you tell it to her, and it sort of seems to ready to sort of leap into action, sort of grab hold of whatever sharp object she has, and just start going around stabbing people. And you breathe it in, and it's all at once, like this, like someone jamming an elbow into a hard knot in your back, dragging it down, and sort of it hurts. It's excruciating, but it's over. It's a calm and euphoria that flows in to feel the gap is more than worth the experience in the first place. It's what she has. This peace flows into her, and she realizes that all of these people are to blame. All of these people, all of these forces in the world, sometimes bad things happen. It's happened to him, and by extension her. But she has other sons to worry about. And this one won't be forgotten. You'll be remembered. And, you know, maybe she can use it as a story to make sure everyone else eats right and exercises every day. So just in case you see her comes in, turns into a top, just sort of keel over from a bad diet. And there are a few experiences like that. The malice replaced by calm and acceptance. But there is also those times when you find someone who is about ready to explode, full of they're about to storm, a small group of people, men, able-bodied, about to storm one of the warehouses and take the riches for themselves, happen upon them whilst they're sort of plotting and planning, and sort of stoop down low with the plans with them. And the gestures pointing out where to go becomes a motion, like your arm is dancing of its own. Draws their attention in and captivates them. sells them this image and this story of this victory. And then you take it from them. And the malice is gone. And the anger is gone. And all those negative feelings are drained away from them, that bitter taste in your mouth, like coffee beans flowing down your throat. And it's good. When you look back at them, they look up at you like wide-eyed children asking what they do next.
If you're really looking for matters of conquest and to continue feeling like you've truly made a difference and you've accomplished something, why not move about the town, move about your home, and help those other individuals that don't have the pleasure of experiencing such a thing right now. Offer service to them. Don't offer threats. Don't offer malice. Don't try to take their belongings with what little they might have after everything that's happened. Help. If you truly want to continue to feel this way, help. Make a difference.
Yes, they say, still wide-eyed, full of wonder, standing, slowly turning and shuffling off out of the room in different directions. Yes. Yes, we should do that. We should help people. Helping people is good. That's up. Your roll.
I only got 4 successes.
Oh no!
Only got 4 successes. That's only reading ink on a page like Braille in the middle of a thunderstorm.
Hey man, I don't underestimate the resolve of people when thousands of talents of silver are on the line.
Defining intimacy. Stop etiquetting wants.
You're done.
Whoa, you can't take my intimacies and put them into like NPC characters. Come on.
It's like, I didn't used to have a defining intimacy towards this vast hoard of loot, but then I saw this vast hoard of loot. My personality quickly changed.
Start growing scales, breathing fire, just leg on top of it. Love it.
Or just try to dive into a mountain of it and forget that it's actually a solid substance.
That's what I need to do. Learn a spirit charm so I can Scrooge McDuck my way through all this stuff.
Captain Ash,
I needed a swimming pool.
over the last few days, has got a lot of offers for building swimming pools to hold massive...
So, this argument between the Freeman and everyone sort of... They're not really arguing against each other, right? They're... One moment.
The child strikes again.
Their mother has gone for a walk to get... had hoped that they would be occupied with what we had given them, but they're being cheeky.
We're getting a little bit of
We love
mic
them.
cut out. Maybe move closer to the mic if at all possible. I don't know if that's causing a problem or if it's the upload, but
I think it's issues.
Is that still okay?
That's better. That's a lot better. I feel. Thanks.
Okay. Just turn down the sensitivity on Discord or something, maybe. In fact, I'll do that. So it's not that they are... It's not that they are arguing against each other right now. It's that they are loudly discussing the... Oh, sorry, my knee hurts. They're loudly discussing the implications of what this might have. Sorry, that's really distracting.
Do you want to take a break? Would that help?
I am just about to get there. It's working up to this. Yeah, so this loud conversation between them all starts happening. Some of them are sort of talking at you, gesturing at you, but still talking amongst each other. No one here really seems to be able to come to any kind of agreement. Your words have been heard, they've been listened to, they have maybe had some effect. But it's all solidified when Armistice sort of just suddenly slams his hand down on the table and stands up and says, "Friends, we have just found peace. Let us not throw it away. I stand with friend Etzer, and I think you should all too. I think this alliance is the best idea anyone has come up with, because they will be back, and we must stand ready." And he looks along his side of the table. The rest of the freedmen seem to be used to following Armistice, so he has a bit more clout in this conversation than any other individuals present. I'd say if you were going to take the riches from our heroes and saviors here, you would need an army to do so. Folds his arms. And the army doesn't listen to you, does it?
See, this man has been paying attention to what I've been saying.
This conversation still stretches into the night, with Armistice's declaration suddenly coming out. More of the freemen start to agree, and it takes long hours of conversation, discussion, and argument before everyone finally comes over.
So Etzer will kind of try and push him over to his way of thinking by pointing out just the sheer volume of goods here and how long it would take to liquidate them and transport them out. But I have lore with a specialty in banking. If they stay here secured, they would be a great source of collateral for extending loans, which is just free money.
Are you trying to establish fact? Or are you asking me?
Oh no, I'm just pointing out. I mean, if the wealth that they have here and the wealth that Etzer will not be able to export will be a great way of doing collateralized loans. Even they can use it as their own capital for extending credit to other people, and then they get all that sweet interest income.
It swiftly becomes clear to Etzer that as much as there are nobles here used to dealing with things like taxes and paying of dues and extorting people for money, the thought of giving someone something and getting more in return without work, this interest you speak of, it touches their fancy quite a lot. Gracious, I'm going to have to break soon. Cheshire, just before we do go off into break. your service to the city done, these people's bad intentions having been subdued, you're feeling quite full and satiated. Don't think you'll need to do this again for quite some time. Luckily, you haven't left anybody like a depressed husk or anything like that. You haven't fully fed on anyone. There's been plenty around for you to just take a little bit here and a little bit there. It's bitter. It's not the best, but it scratches at that itch at the back of your head. That need to consume more is quietened. And as the sun sets and the moon rises once more, it's still full, casting enough light in the area to see by quite clearly. The torches are being lit, but they don't need to be. Your wanderings takes you to the lowest level of residences and houses near where the docks are. The bay is. Not going too close, though. And in the moonlight, this long line of ghostly figures dressed in the uniforms of Ysir just makes its way towards you and waits, hands clasped in front of them, heads bowed slightly. You can see all of them sporting some kind of lethal injury that they had sustained, the very thing that had killed them. And they're here, lining up, and none of them are the people that you had freed. Hundreds more of them, stretching out back into the bay, forming two long lines coming out of the water up to where you're standing. And they ask you for release. And that's where we'll take our break.
All right.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. Let me get something to drink and I'll be right back.
Okay. So, how's everyone?
Doing well.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got that money situation worked out without me having to break open someone's head.
I didn't doubt you for a second, that's didn't doubt you for a second. It's annoying that Captain Ash has taken himself out of the activity, but I feel like you can't there's only so long you can walk around with injuries, and although he's a very tough person, it's also, I mean, how long is it before they're going to drag me into another battle and get me injured again? You've got to prepare for the storm and the quiet moments.
I'd say 15 minutes.
Yeah. What? I just literally healed my flesh, guys. Come on.
I'm going to be right back.
Yeah, so interesting. Did you picture this campaign going into sort of almost like a state building, Confederate building, like, Rebels versus the Alliance, the Empire kind of scenario? Because that's quickly where it seems to be headed.
Well, it is kind of what it was built like. We're not going to go fully into state building, though. I'm going to be... it's just that this sort of setup of revolutionariness and this design constitution was part of Etz's character, and I needed to... And I wanted to give it some time to go through, to let him sort of play through that bit. I'm not myself particularly strong with that particular suit, so I hope I'm not shortcutting it too much. But it's not going to be the main focus of the campaign moving forward. He will have plenty of opportunities to do it, though.
I think we're getting a nice balance between it, and I'm loving this sort of setting. What better chance to preview heroics in the set of a violent struggle between two opposing factions of great, immense power.
Don't forget about the third faction.
Oh yeah, I mean, Well,
The Emperor
maintain
has
the balance.
dissolved the Senate, filled it with acid. None of them survived. When I watched Wars for the first time, because I was young and sick.
Do what?
What is going on with that
all I heard is I watched
music today?
I watched the
Really? So when I watched Star Wars for the first time, and Darth Vader says, Emperor has dissolved the Senate, I thought he meant that he had like got them all into a room filled with acid, such to, you know, make them not solid material. And it was this horrible, evil, visceral image in my mind, and it made me dislike the Emperor so much. And it wasn't until I got older later that I realized he was asleep. And I'm like, oh, I like my image better.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is it bad that I'm now picturing him having the help of like Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad with that? Like, so... No, Jesse, that stuff won't hold them. Oh dear. I'm going to nip off now that Zig's back and get some drink and that like bombshell of what goes on in my mind. But be back, folks.
Thank you more to our viewers. Oh my goodness.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm just exhausted from this week. It hasn't been bad. It's just it's been tiring. I'm moving back to early shift next week, so I have to have a long day of work tomorrow doing sort of projects and things, and then I have to move on to doing the early shift again. I have to get up super early, and that means I get home earlier though. I don't have to deal with the like train works and things that delay me further and further at night, because I haven't been getting home until I think I get home at 10 lately, as a mixture of like finishing work at 8 and there being a transport line, so that sort of a train and then hop a bus just sort of adds extra time.
Wow.
And I still get up at the same time every morning because children.
Yeah. You can't turn off the alarm clock called kids.
8 out of 10 would probably recommend.
I do like the expansion on Etzer's story arc, because I feel like this particular section is really his forte.
This is what he was sort of built to do.
Yeah.
And finally, assuming everyone agrees to my constitution, and there's not some sort of horrible greed-based riot in the middle of the night, this will be his first actual concrete victory that is not tainted or has like an asterisk on it in some way, shape, or form.
No asterisks, eh?
Yet.
No, I'm not going to just snatch victory away from you like that.
Again.
Hey, I'm just saying there's probably going to be at least 2 more rolls to get everyone to buy into this final deal, and botches are a thing. So,
What have I just walked into? Was it botches are a thing? Oh gosh, what's gone wrong?
I mean, I'm just walking around doing my civil duty, and I just see Etzer's anima continuously going off throughout the day as he spins motes on excellency.
What are people like just flaring, like during the day?
no, I'm keeping it low key.
Oh, that's good. I was gonna say, come on, guys. What are we doing?
Just that mental image would be hilarious,
Yeah.
especially given our first interaction. Oh, those stupid idiots flaring their animas all over the place. Oh, look at here. I need to win this argument.
I think by the end of the campaign, we're gonna like have this like map of the Dreaming Sea, and we're just gonna like scratch off the places we flared in indiscriminately.
A quick question for people in chat and also the players at the moment. Actually, have there been any particular works of fiction, fiction specifically, like a video game or book or whatever it is that you do with your spare time, that has featured strong, interesting geopolitical conflicts and intrigue that has particularly struck your fancy?
Geopolitical conflict. I'm not particularly a fan of anything with such a wide scope. Most often I fall into the standard adventure plotline. Small town hero takes on big town boss. But I hear House of Cards. It's not an anime, but it is a fiction. House of Cards is a thing.
House of Cards is really good.
And it's Kevin Spacey.
Avatar?
Avatar.
There's a lot of it, but there is a podcaster named Mike Duncan. He did a very in-depth history of Rome podcast, and now is doing one on political revolutions, which I am taking from liberally as a huge source of inspiration. So Revolutions is nice because even though there's a bunch of episodes, it is broken down into specific revolutions. So if you just want to listen to one particular chunk, for instance, I think Haiti is like 18, 19 episodes, whereas the French Revolution's like 50 because it just doesn't stop.
Have you seen the Borgias or Versailles? They're quite... And I love the Rome series. These are all, I think, I don't know, some of them are BBC series, some of them are other series. They're really well done.
I've also been watching Turn, which is a revolutionary spy drama show that is more character study and drama than spying. And I've just finished the first season, but I find it pretty enjoyable.
That's one of the things that I've had, because I've had to do watchings and whatever to sort of establish myself for this a little bit better. But most of the time, whenever I find something, for example, say The West Wing, as much as it's a great political drama, it's very much about the people who were there rather than the landscape as it changes around them.
Yeah, well,
it's a good show for that reason, but that's right now not what I'm looking for.
Have you seen Designated Survivor? It's about somebody thrust into power, and like the situation's always evolving, and he has to come up with solutions and manage different factions and stuff. It's quite an interesting look on like power and like forming governance and like retaining control. It's different to House and Cards, and maybe. And it has like an overarching storyline. I really enjoyed the episodes I've seen, and it might be appropriate for source material, I think.
I mean, another one that I can't believe I didn't think of first, Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's pretty much amazing for
Just saying.
Yeah.
God.
Arya's my spirit
Stab
animal.
myself. Die.
Arya has a lot of people's spirit animals.
She's also lots of people.
Shh.
Spoilers. What about like Lord of the Rings? That has some like geopolitical conflicts and brokerage of deals. Well, yeah, I guess like Sauron, one force, the others, the disunited kingdoms.
Well, no, they are a metaphor for his experiences in World War One. Because he fought in like I think the Battle of Somme, which was one of the worst bits of warfare in France. It was a pretty horrible theater. So I think it impacted him pretty strongly. Like for him, Mordor is the Axis or whatever Germany was. Whatever they called themselves in World War One.
A lot of the shows and things that I watch are like character drama. So while it's sort of set politically, it's more about the people who are there and why they make the decisions they make, rather than taking a slightly broader look at the landscape as it changes around them. For example, and I use this only as an example, and I'm sorry to bring Final Fantasy into this discussion, but Final Fantasy 12. One of the things I liked about it was that discussion of like it starts with an invading army trying to win the people over. Like they had done this thing that nobody knows about, spoilers and all that sort of stuff. But it's like this empire kingdom sort of coming in and taking over different areas and convincing the people that live there to accept their rule through various means. And maybe they have good reasons, maybe they don't, but just the movement of the politics in and around the area I found interesting beyond just the game, for example. Anyway, I should have probably taken a break throughout all of that, so I'm going to jump up really quickly, and when I get back, we'll dive straight back in. So I'll be back.
Nice.
Fantastic. Yeah. So, Captain Ash slacking off. I kind of forgot I was going to make those masks halfway through, so probably going to take some fallout.
I mean, you're just taking a day.
Yeah.
Gotta chill.
Yeah, I think you have earned a mental health day.
Yeah. God, Jesus. Yeah. I feel like I've earned several with you guys. I mean, but it's good. It's good. At least you're not dull traveling companions. At least you're keeping things fresh and exciting, just the way Captain Ash likes it.
Yeah, one of your friends is trying to take over a city and is successfully doing so, and your other friend successfully killed an armada.
Yeah.
No big
I'm
deal.
not taking over a city. This is going to be an autonomous rule.
Yeah.
I am just appropriating a lot of loot, though.
You are, which is really good.
We're all rich.
Fantastic. And all we had to do was take over. I mean, why take dots in resources, folks? Just go and find, a city that's been taken over and liberate it and steal all its wealth. Pro tip. Hero.
That and influence are probably the easiest merits to acquire.
Yeah.
Exalted.
I'm kind of thinking that when Ash does enter the thing, once you've laid the groundwork, it's so here you guys can offer me the honorary title of Admiral for your navy. It's very kind of you.
Admiral Ash. That's not a mouthful.
I can assure you, he is a mouthful.
Oh my. So
also a handful
Ash...
and quite the little scamp. Sorry, carry on.
What were you saying?
Just he's a little bit of a scallywag, that Ash. Carry on.
If he's a captain, with what military does he serve where he received this rank?
It's more of a... not a military title, it's more of a sort of... station, I guess, upon his ship.
I see a small child. Oh my goodness, it's a small child. Oh, run away!
Wow, I mean, one look at me and a tricorn is
Ninja
enough to
vanish.
scare even the
He
star.
Naruto'd out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm curious because I don't know what all liberties we're gonna take or what all I can actually do for this army of ghosts that now prostrate themselves in front of me.
Wow. Yeah, I forgot about that ending. Jeez. I was just thinking of cool ways to introduce your arts and craft project you asked me to do.
Yeah. I mean, The last time we spoke about it was, yeah, I'll do this for you at dawn. It's almost dusk.
But I didn't say which dawn, did I? To be fair.
The dawn's a lying dawn. It doesn't know when dawn is.
Hey, dawn's
Your
good as
dawn's-
another one, you know? Jeez, chill. You gotta stop and eat the apples sometimes, boys and girls.
And
So-
this is why Saren is disappointed in you.
Constantly. I mean, let's not undersell it. Constantly disappointed.
So, are we ready to continue?
Yeah.
Thank you everyone for your patience with us.
Oh, yeah. All the patients in the world. I think there was an invasion of small children.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a flyby on camera, but no words were said though, so it's
I muted I'm muted my
Mike?
what is the word? Microphone. Yes, thank you. Oh my gosh. there's no blood today, so it's been a good day.
yeah.
Yay!
So, I think a change in music is in order.
Ooh. Nice.
I think.
Okay.
No, actually, no, not this one.
I was gonna say, are we like, is there like gonna be a ball to celebrate? It's gonna be amazing.
Instead of dancing with wolves, it's dancing with hungry ghosts. Uh-oh.
I like it.
I don't. Like, I like it, but I don't.
The
And you question its thematic appropriateness.
windows and the streets that you occupy are filled with people looking down upon this procession of ghostly visages filing up from the ocean. Handing themselves to you. Asking for release.
Cheshire. Happy? He's elated, actually. He's still quite sad from the fact that they have lost all of their lives, and seeing them with all of their injuries doesn't help at all. But if he can save the rest of their souls, he's gonna do it. So he takes a stance between the two lines. The images of the people that he's already saved start to appear behind him and around him in their cloth like they were the day prior. And as he puts his hands out to the sides and walks between the two lines, each ghost is touched for igniting with a solar flame, the single light flying up from them before they join in the procession behind him. Their Ysterian clothes being replaced by the relaxed white robes, and their injuries vanishing.
It's alright, they've gotten a little bit unruly.
No worries.
This effort that you take to process them as a priest isn't free.
Nope.
It's not costless. It takes will. It takes energy and power. And as they file on, you find yourself getting tired, exhausted. Sweat starts to pour from your brow as your reserves of energy run low. And amongst all of these people that you are sending on once again, there's one prevailing emotion that takes on above all others. And that is gratitude and loyalty to Kashim. They are here because he sent them. He collected them together and ushered them up and out of the depths to find you. And you don't manage to process all of them when your energy finally gives out. You find the flames of the sun no longer heeding your call. They seem to nod knowingly, turn, and leave back to the depths, ready to come again the next night. We've added maybe an extra 50 intimacies.
Okay. Even as they go back to shore and Cheshire's on his hands and knees, exhausted, he's still trying to reach out to the last one in line, even if he knows he can't process it and help the soul move on.
Ash, you've been resting most of the day and now into the night. One moment. I need a calculator.
Is it my healing rate? Because I have worked it out.
Oh, you've got that?
Yeah. So if I rest 24 hours, which is my intention, I'll have healed up all my -1 levels, and 2 of my -0 levels. So I'll be on 1 -0 level. At a factor of 8, because it gives me effectively 8 days in 1 day.
Okay. I feel renewed. And as you're back out on the roof, sort of testing your sword arm, dancing with Adri, she seems to tug to the side. Pulls you over to the lip of the top of the building. And looking down, you can see Cheshire exhausted on the ground. His line of ghosts slowly shuffling away from him, back down into the waters. A procession of figures behind him, still bowing. Etzer has finished his discussions finally and has come out a little beleaguered, tired from the constant infighting. Browbeating has been an unfortunate necessity in getting these officials to finally work together. It's still under protest, and there's still work to be done. But things are shaping up. Kashim may be gone, but his absence is good. There seems to be no ill effects from his departure. He hasn't returned to ransack the town. There has been no sudden surge of malice and violence. The herald of thorns that has been cast out in the scene has made no signs of returning. The city is at peace. The local shamans and occultists have inspected the city, and they note that whatever it was that Kashim had done, they could capitalize on. It was a sorcerous creation of his that has set the town to defend itself against outside invasion. And now that they are here inside, it is protecting them. For the most part, this place could be haven for a while yet. As the trio come back together, the figures behind Cheshire slowly sort of fading off into wherever it is that souls go. They can sit down, have a meal, and discuss as the great sails and colours of the flirtatious muse slowly slide into bay.
You say it was like the early hours of the next morning then?
Yeah.
Fantastic. After I've done my sword exercises and stretched out a bit, I'll swagger on down to greet the muse.
As you turn to leave, Etzer will grab your sleeve and say, Captain Ash, with the deal I have struck today, I believe I can pay for all of your docking fees. When you go and speak with Sarah and tell her that you've completed your deal, and the money that you have made for the sale shall be spread among you and the crew.
I take it negotiations have gone well. Do we what has befallen the city? What lies in its future?
The Constitution still must undergo a few drafts, but we're nearing completion. But more importantly, we have come to an accord regarding the distribution of warehouses.
Can I infer from that that we are to receive some small measure of wealth for our part in this liberation?
A third for us, a third for the city, and a third for the cause.
I think a cause that is going to be needed greatly in the days to come. I think that foresight will aid us well. Putting a hand on Etz's shoulder and giving him a pat. Reaching up there, I must say, he's quite a lot taller than Ash, actually, come to think of it. How are your wounds faring?
I think I should be fine in another day or so. Not as well as you, sir. Sort of wraps you on your chest.
Yeah, I'm feeling almost like new, I'd say. still a little bit sore, but you know, that's just to remind you that you're alive, eh? With that, he gives him a wink. I do worry about Cheshire, though. He did ask me to do something, and I said I'd do it at dawn. Dawn is rapidly approaching. Do you think your new friends would be able to source me the finest wood? I need to make something for our friend.
Well, actually, if you go to the third warehouse on the 5th row, about 4 stacks up, they have something, tribal mask or such, but it's in this lovely red cedar box. I believe with your skill, you could easily pull off the top panel and shape it to your purposes.
Ah, fantastic. Well, yes, that'll be good. But first, I probably should meet my comrades in arms. They get a little bit anxious when I disappear for days on end. I mean, you know, it's like having a mother sometimes with Seren around. Mother hen clucking away, trying to keep me in line. But, you know, she does often make good points and often is right, so I guess I should probably let her know the good news and alleviate the worries of my crew.
At this point, since you both have already finished your meal, is when Cheshire would kind of stumble in, deep bags under his eyes from the work yesterday, sitting down with a slump, just asking for water and the fattiest meal you can get.
Etzer is familiar with a hangover. He and the court will start putting together a plate for you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Etzer, as Chishi's hand hits the table, sort of just one hand on the table, the other scooping up whatever meal it is that's been placed in front of him, a broth or a stew, whatever it might be. The shake is gone.
Adorable little ones.
You know, Ethere's not gonna comment on it. Cheshire's had a rough, couple weeks. It seems like this point. And he also doesn't feel like he really is in any sort of position to point fingers at other people right now. So he's just gonna let that slide.
What a state is the muse in? Is it intact? Is there any damage?
The muse is undamaged. There seems to have been no issues. It found safe harbor just outside. They have been making their way through the ration stored on board. It seems as though someone has signaled to them that it's been safe to come in. So they have.
Oh, very odd.
Someone.
Bum, bum, bum.
Who would have done that? As Ash comes face to face with Seren, his face wearing like puzzlement, but also like a smile of, welcoming. It's good to see like two old friends that haven't seen each other for a long while. Seren?
Etzer and Cheshire, you know that Ash and Seren are quite close. Not sure how close, probably, but you know that they are long-term comrades. And there's this moment where they sort of stand sort of just outside of each other's personal space, where any other person would probably sort of leap in for a hug, but they just sort of have that extraordinarily polite distance between them. Captain, you're well?
well is such a relative term, isn't it? But I'm a little worse for wear, but nothing that I can't handle. Yourselves? How's the crew doing?
At their wits' end.
I can imagine.
But nothing we can't handle.
Wow, I think now would be a good time for a bit of shore leave.
The words carry a little further than probably Ash had intended. It's this roar of jubilation from the ship. It's thunderous clap of feet coming down the, what do you call it, the
Gangplank.
board in which the gangplank coming down the pier as Tashima is heading up the pack, sort of leaps past Seren and sort of just arms outstretched, just grabs hold of Ash. Captain!
Tashima. Now, try not to get into too much trouble. There's the air of triumph and jubilation, so probably the best time for shore leave, but we're all friends here, so let's not leave with any enemies in our wake, eh? And remember that, gentleman's daughters? And he gives a stern look at him. No repeats, if you please.
Oh, Captain. Sort of has his arm around you. This is something that he does. He's very familiar with everybody. Sort of leans in close, trying to be quiet such that Seren can't hear, but you know that she does. Captain, did we get paid?
Yes, I believe we did. I'm sure Etsu will be good enough to inform Seren of our windfall. But more important, we got good stories to be told. But that comes later with drink. For now, I must attend to some duties. You know, heavy is the crown and all that. But I did spy a place that would look to be a good place to start the drinking, my friend. And he tells him of a place that he assumes is a pub or a tavern, from the smells in his films. And he goes to his pouch, takes out some coins and goes, "First round's on me, but I'll be expecting to find you've saved a drink for me when I join you."
Tashima seems to hold the coins aloft as a trophy. He's celebrating his victory. Starts running off down the pier, screaming all the while, "Tea leaves!" as the pack charge off after him, screaming, "Grog!"
Captain, Cheshire says with a half grin, half awake tone. I forget how lively your crew is. But more importantly, Seren.
Cheshire.
Cheshire's still sitting at the table, not bothering to stand up. Legs don't work. Seren, how far out were you from shore? And this is going to be a weird question, but what did you see over the last couple of days?
There was a great wave that seemed to leave the bay. We were a few hours out down the shoreline, so we were in safe harbor, a small cove, secluded.
So no one's injured. It's good to hear. And Cheshire just sighs with relief as he continues to eat his breakfast.
No injuries. You seem a little worse for wear. Dare I ask what happened?
Where to begin?
Maybe I'll save that for another time. There's a lot to sort through.
Very well. She turns to the others at the table. To Leah, looking a little dejected, as if she'd been forgotten this whole time.
Get him, Talia. Get him. Lay into him.
She pats the table next to her and is offering Saren a seat. Saren just smiles and no, I'm not going to sit there.
What's going on there? Like... Is this usual Saren behaviour?
What do you mean?
Seems very odd that she wouldn't accept a seat. Talia.
She doesn't feel like sitting down next to Talia for some reason.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what that reason might be.
God, you're so dense.
Ash sort of sits there thinking,
Cheshire's
Not
dead
even
in
the
leg.
nose, apparently.
Cheshire's dead in leg just kind of kicks Captain in the boot. You idiot. Because he sees the exchange of emotions. Just all of the flaring.
idiot, fool, daring rescuer. I have many names I go by. But also one that keeps
And how
us-
many of them did you get yourself? Talia's finally spoken up.
Well, obviously, Captain was one of the ones that I gave myself. But I don't really keep track of that. Are you okay, though? Were you injured during the fight? My apologies, my attention was drawn elsewhere. Keeping Elix between Cheshire and Etza out of trouble seems to be a full-time job at the moment.
Oh no, I was kept at a very safe distance. Far back, where I couldn't see much what was going on. Very safe. She's still disappointed. She joined you for adventure.
Well, I think under the circumstances that may be a good thing. I mean, there's plenty of adventures to be had, but you've got to live through them, and that's the key. I'm surprised that I'm still standing, to be honest, given the odds amongst in front of us, or before us, or behind us.
My dear Captain, do you ever get tired of trying to educate those around you?
No! Life's full of endless lessons! And those lessons are to be, like, shared. I mean, what's the point of living life if you can't share it with others? What a strange question. I assume that was...
Sort of just seems to... That was Talia.
Yeah, I assume that's...
I need to work on a Talia voice. I haven't actually come up with it. Darren just cuts into the conversation. Are we staying a while?
Etza?
I think we'll be here for at least a few more days to iron out all the wrinkles in their new government, and I believe the men have deserved at least a couple days off, relieving their stresses.
Yes, we're staying. At least for now.
I guess we should... Sorry, Cheshire. Continue.
Weak as the voice is, it's resolute.
Saren, I think it would be probably now an appropriate time to let you know what's happened. I know you don't like to be kept in the dark, and although some dark happenings have been going on, it's been quite an action-packed few days. It all started on a long journey on the road where we met this. And he looks for Armistice. Armistice, come over, my friend.
Armistice happens to have been in the background, so I'm able to be off the mission. Captain!
Let me introduce.
Etta!
Let me introduce you to the
Shakespeare! My lady.
This rare jewel on the endless dreaming sea is Seren. This little rascal tried to waylay us on the road to Chera. But it all turned out for the well, didn't it? And he gives him a little nudge. Jokingly. But I have to say, Seren, I'm glad he's on our side.
I was just flushes out and holds out his hand, and whose hands are still clasped behind her back, as they have been the entire time. Looks down at it, looks up at him. Greetings. Ah! Pushes his hand back, almost as if it was leveling back to his body. Stands up straighter. My lady, please, won't you have a seat? Share a drink with us. We would be delighted. No. Turns to Ash. Captain, I have some duties to attend to aboard the ship. When you have time, I think we have a few things we need to discuss. Nods ahead and...
I'll walk you back, Seren. I think a good catch-up would be just what this morning needs. And my legs are still sore. If you excuse me, gentlemen. Lady Talia. I will see you all shortly.
Don't mind me. Very quick question. Do we still have Etta?
He looks like he reconnected, and he's about to turn on video, maybe?
Watch together timed out for some reason.
Oh, okay. There we go.
It times out?
Interesting.
Well, or the page crashed.
Oh no!
Oh dear, folks.
Stop sending data.
Need to find a different platform. Yeah, so Saren and Ash take their leave.
Answer. Oh, which
scene do you want to go to, Elk?
We'll do Etzer and Cheshire.
Fantastic.
Okay. Sorry. Etzer, what's going on? I've been away, taking care of some things.
It's great news. I believe that we've managed to bring an accord to these people. I've been going over their records. They have been at loggerheads for quite some time. This is truly an improvement, not for them as individuals, but as a community. Really pulling together.
Good to hear. Any word on Kashim?
No. I assure you, the moment I hear anything, I plan to start taking action on it. Not leave you out.
Cheshire's going to take a very careful look at Etzer before he says this. Do you know what I've been doing? Did you see what happened yesterday evening?
Not entirely. I must confess you, I've been a little self-involved with this Constitution business. Been a terrible friend. Please explain to me. Wait, the dead have been haunting you?
You're astute as always. Yes, the souls that I couldn't get to immediately after the tidal wave, they've been pushed to appear before me so that they can be saved. All of them.
Can they, though?
I can only hope.
It's my understanding that such a situation can only be rectified with proper burial and funeral rites, and their bodies seem to be under a great many fathoms of water.
From these feelings, I can tell you that I believe funeral rites have been done.
Then why do they continue to haunt you?
Their bodies are taken care of, but their souls are not. And I think you know who would have that kind of power.
Honestly, I draw a blank. I have kin that are members of the Elemental Court. I have met other sorcerers in the Dreaming Sea, but the binding of souls like this is usually way outside of that. And I don't know of anyone who would truck with such unspeakable things as binding the souls of the dead.
It seems, at least from the feelings of the dead, and the dead tell no lies, at least not these, that Kashim Kassam is still active. He's the one performing the rites on their bodies. And whenever Cheshire mentions the name Kashim Kassam, he's looking at Etzer's emotional state to see if there's any fluctuation.
You'll need to do a read intentions.
That is perfectly fine.
And I will give you a 1 point stun.
I love the social sort of jostling we have in our party. It's brilliant.
PvP enabled.
Notice I wait for Captain Ash to leave.
My guile will also set it to 7.
Funny enough, I got 7.
Why didn't I spend those 2 extra notes?
There's a Garo charm that if you match it, you like end up winning, isn't there? That's really like it's surprising how often that comes up.
Yep. And Cheshire's looking.
What flavor
Sorry?
of read intentions? What flavor of read intentions are we doing here? Trying to get his feelings specifically about Kashim Kashab?
Yes.
Okay.
It would probably. I mean, I don't think you'd get all the nuance, but it would come across as fear because A, he's afraid of his scheme coming to light. But being active the next day later, after being pommel struck in the face by a dawn, and then throat stabbed, and then whisked away by evil spirits, and then performing funeral rites, that's not something sorcery should do, which is really disconcerting to him. That shouldn't be possible.
Well, that's the only explanation I can come up with as to how the souls are coming ashore directly to me.
I've never seen one of the undead before, but the woman who appeared to us, she could fit that description. Could she have used Kashim as some sort of tool to bind his troops?
Well, we both
The
know.
means through which her power flows.
It certainly wouldn't weaken her. But we both know that he's enchanted the people of this land before. So, and those were foreigners. Being able to maneuver his own men, I'm sure, was even easier a task.
Yes, but that's why they were alive. Once they're dead, that's a horse of a different color.
Was there anything else discussed before the elemental attacked?
No, we discussed his plans. He was just going around raiding. He came to this city because he thought that they were weak and exploitable, and he just wanted a place to drop off his ill-begotten gains. That they have performed dark and dangerous rites in Ysir, including binding and enslaving fair folk.
Is all that true? Asking Elk.
It seemed true.
Well, I don't remember exactly what all was discussed, so I'm making sure it's true.
Do you? Well, yes, those are the topics that were discussed prior to the elemental attacking.
Okay.
Hey, think of it this way. Etza is cloud-blooded. The elemental.
I hate you so much right now.
But as for the literal truth of what it is that he said, that's not something that can really be revealed with a read intentions roll. So,
Right.
Are you looking to do more on analyzing on what he's telling you?
No. Just with everything that Cheshire's feeling, in addition to all the intimacies being absorbed, there were bound to be several that were distrust or distaste toward Solars, and that's bleeding.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm good.
Etza.
Mm-hmm.
This is Talia. Sorry. Etza, this is Talia speaking. Ash. Is he simple?
As I would define simple, no. He is much too keen a person to be blanketed with the term as dim. But he does have a certain blindness to things that go on in front of him. To say that he is simple is to say that he has a capacity to observe or articulate something and chooses not to accentuate those faculties to their utmost levels. It is as if he is mute or deaf. The sense just does not exist or register to him.
So how can I get his attention?
I think Etzer will look around to make sure Captain Ash is not around. I think the question is, why bother? You're a lady of great caliber and exquisite breeding. You have refined taste. You have an adventurous spirit. I think you should focus a little on yourself right now, and less so much on Captain Ash.
Well, truth be told, that ship has sailed. But, you know, I want to hurt him. Can you help me with that?
Like I said, I think he will be utterly unaware of anything that you do in such a capacity. So you are both incapable of harming him emotionally, and unless you were blessed with gifts and powers yet undisplayed, I think you're also completely incapable of harming him physically. There's eventually a point where, and I know this comes strange coming from me, you must let go of your animosity and move on.
I don't think I'm there yet. Take a bit of work.
In my experience, a lot of wine and a few mistakes where you wake up in someone else's bed is a great way of moving past that.
Oh,
I assure you,
I
am no stranger to heartbreak.
Outside. Ash and Saren have been discussing things. What has happened here in the past. There will come a time, Captain, when you're going to need to tell them. It might become relevant soon.
Ash seems very like puzzled by who she was referring to as them and what it's sort of generally like. I think you're going to have to make the horizon a little bit more clear on that, Saren. Which them are we talking about?
The crew of the Muse is loyal, Captain. You know that. They understand. But essentially, they know who you are. But these other friends are making see you branching out. But given the situation, given all that's been happening, perhaps you should let them know.
Great minds think alike, Sarah, and I figured I'd let them blow off a little bit of a steam beforehand. I imagine that they are getting a little bit of cabin fever being stuck to one place in the sea. You did very well to keep them in line, as I know you always do. What else concerns you, though? Are you worried that we're going to be drifting further apart as I get swept in current events? As I think things... It's like we're sailing into a storm, Saren. And I'm trying to keep everybody in the eye as much as possible, but I fear that just things are bigger than any one person at the time, and I feel it's not coincidence, but fate's currents that have swept me up. And I'm not a big enough fool to think that I can swim against those currents. But I don't want people to be collateral, so if you think it's time for us to sail in different ways, I respect you. You'll know it's the right time to do so. Although I'd never want oceans between us, of course. Do you think you can weather the storm with me?
Saren just shakes her head. I'm in this till the end, Captain. You know that.
I know that, Saren, but it'd have been rude not to ask.
Yes. It was a little rude to ask.
How about the crew? Are there those amongst them that you think don't have enough metal for this journey? It would be kinder to let them go.
I'd never question their tenacity or their capabilities. They wouldn't be in the crew if I thought they weren't up to it.
And I'm not keen to break up the family just yet. Or at all, in fact. Although I am worried about my new friends. They're not like you or I. And that may be a good thing, or it may be a bad thing. But at the moment it just is.
When you're ready, then.
Although I feel we did a good thing here, Saren. On balance.
Perhaps. Is the Muse to remain neutral ground? Or are we going to change our colours?
I think the Muse will always be carried on the winds and go with the changing of their directions. For the time being, it'd be led by our hearts, and what's right in that moment will be the right decision. I know no better compass. Do you?
You're the captain.
And where would the captain be without his first mate?
It's a serious response. You and I both know the answer to that question, Captain.
Yes. Probably wandering the streets without any wealth to my name, and lost. Like a ship on a windless sea. But fortunately, we're not going to have to worry about that, are we, Saren?
No, Captain. She takes a moment to adjust your lapel. It was crooked.
He sort of unhitches his armor a bit to show the the state of his shirt underneath, where all the gems have been penetrated, and you can still see the scar tissue underneath that hasn't quite completely removed itself. Things got pretty serious there for a second, and I think that the danger hasn't completely left her, though. I think we've entered a moment of calm. But keep your wits about you. We've made some powerful allies, but equally powerful enemies.
I think you should let Talia go.
Then let her go. It's a shame. I see a lot of potential and almost a kindred spirit, although fortunately I haven't been able to spend enough time to get to know her as much as I'd like to. But sometimes duty and responsibility tears you away from things. I think we've both know that.
We do.
How did you know to come
You're
to...
right.
Sorry.
You're right, of course. She is a kindred spirit, which is perhaps why you should make sure that she can chart her own course.
Yes, I think I have a way to do so.
Okay.
How did you...
Not everyone can be captain. Sorry.
Sorry, for those of you at home, there's a slight delay on the timing between our audio, which makes it kind of sometimes hard to judge when the other person's finished and stuff, so I'm very bad at it naturally, so it makes it so I apologise for that. Carry on, Elk.
Not everyone can be captains, but those who can should be making their own shit.
Quite right. Quite right. How did you know to make a landfall?
She puts her hands behind her back, clasped in that very polite way that she does. Just looks you up and down. I know you, Captain. That's why I make such a good first mate.
A visible sigh of relief is let from Ash's lips. I was worried more supernatural forces were at work. But I'm glad it's just your exceptional intuition.
Well, this is the Dreaming Sea, Captain.
Saren?
Captain.
We're going to have a few days in this port. I think it's only fair that you get to follow some pursuits of interest of your own. Is there any way I can help you? What would you do with your days of shore leave?
The deck still needs to be swapped. I think there's a tear in the sail. I'll need to mend that as well. And, Tashima's been into your cabin again, so I have to reorder the books. He was looking for tea leaves.
It is
I
one of
understand his obsession.
It's a strange one. I mean, I know we take on extra supplies and I keep extra stock in my cabin just for that, but I mean, he's harmless. But he does provide a little bit of a welcome distraction sometimes.
Well, there isn't anything further. I think she inspects the area around, and then you have indeed reached the gangplank. Unless you wanted to swap the deck as well, Captain.
I'm afraid I've got something far less pleasant to do, I fear. I'm going to have to let down someone gently and set them on the right course. And I'm not sure if I'll make it through in one piece. But if you want to trade places...
Oh, no, Captain. I'm not wrestling that monster for you.
I thought you'd say as much. Well, I'll leave the muse in your capable hands. And I'll try and keep the children out of trouble. He motions towards town.
Good evening, Captain. I'll be here when you're ready to leave. She turns on her heel, and the sound of her shoes clipping against the gangplank as she strides up onto deck and inspects it, takes the mop, and starts to get to work.
Captain will turn away and seek out Lady Talia.
Sir and Cheshire. As the sun starts to rise, and you're finishing your breakfast, Talia's been silently discussing, not silently discussing, quietly discussing all sorts of ridiculous plans to try and find a way to, it's not that she's mean or that she hates Ash or anything like that, but it's like water off a duck's back, it's just nothing seems to faze him, and it's not arrogance, but it's infuriating.
Lady Talia,
she's let herself... Sorry.
You're good. She's let herself what?
She's let herself get hurt, And, he wasn't innocent in the events that followed. But, just some acknowledgement. It's like she doesn't exist. And that's galling.
Lady Talia. Cheshire's eyes slowly lifting from the platter of food in front. You just want to get his attention? Is that what you're going for? Or what are you really after?
Some sort of acknowledgement that I exist beyond being some damsel he slung over his shoulder would be very nice.
Sir, yes or no? Captain is ignorant.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not his fault. He's blinded by the adventure of the sea and the will of the ocean. He doesn't settle in one place, and he doesn't have his eye on any one particular prize for very long. He's very in the moment. That's both a flaw and a boon, depending on the circumstance.
See, he's still stringing along that other woman.
I'm not sure what. She seems like she would string him along long before he would do her.
Oh, I concur. if there is a hierarchy in that relationship, Captain Ash is not in the place of primacy.
So there is a relationship.
In the same way that there is a relationship between a manager and his clerk.
He wears the captain's hat, but she has the clicking boots. Which one are you more afraid of?
I feel like Ash's ears are burning right now as he walks on the beach.
If this was anime, he would be sneezing furiously.
Yeah.
If you just want him to notice you beyond being a damsel in distress, well, where have you been till now? I'm sure you've been doing something productive while we were off getting impaled or setting up new governments or dealing with other things. Surely, you caught his fancy once. Maybe you can catch it again.
Makes me feel rather like a face in the crowd.
I know the feeling.
She goes to say something else, as if she's just sort of summoned up all of her courage and strength to finally sort of just let loose, and the door opens and in strides Ash. She sort of deflates and sits back down.
Ash, in a very
Hail the conquering hero.
in a very booming voice, will be, I need somebody I can trust to help me today. And then he looks through the crowd. His eyes lock with Lady Talia's. Do you feel up to it, Lady Talia? There might be some danger.
Cheshire elbows her on the side.
Her eyebrows fly off into the distance. Excuse me?
Whee!
I have a busy day of trouble ahead of me, probably, and I'd like somebody that I can trust that knows how to handle a difficult situation. Will you be more than up to the task, if you fancy it, Lady Talia?
There is suspicion about her.
I don't think Ash.
All right.
Good. Let's go. No time like the present.
He has a nose that tells him precisely what everyone is feeling at all times. I have no idea what's going on.
He doesn't use it constantly. He's not like, oh, let me get a good sniff. Oh, how do you like that dress? You know, that's not how Ash rolls. It's like when it's appropriate, or he feels like, you know, good time. Jeez, folks.
Jeez, at least you can turn it off.
Yeah. Sorry, was that sniffing too bad for you, folks? It's illustrating the nostril prowess.
Oh.
Sure, them sinuses are clear.
Okay, I'll buy it. What's this great quest that you suddenly need enacted by me specifically?
Well, before we came to liberate the city, I was charted with delivering some goods to Malcolm DeVore, and he's not the kind of person you want to cross. I know we've won the day here to speak, but I'm never quite sure how things will go down with late deliveries, or a little bit of ambiguousness on whether I did the right thing. So I'd like to have somebody I can trust just in case they decide to keep the wares and not pay the captain. You'd be surprised at how often that happens.
DeVore? So was it DeVore, did you say?
Malcolm DeVore.
All right.
Do you know them?
No, no. Okay. All right. No. No, not the foggiest. No, no, I don't have the foggiest.
Is that you or Talia? Sorry.
That's Talia.
Yeah. Yes, it's the, I'm going to still be in the car, otherwise we'll have to track them down and persuade their new owners to, give them back. I mean, it's part of the fun of, this kind of thing.
Okay. She stands up and just adjusts herself, straightens her clothes, and lead on. Let's go. Let's do this thing.
Cheshire turns to Edser and says, "She's doomed."
This was not the best idea. So, assuming she comes back, I think you agree that it's probably not the best idea to have her continue to sail with us. I don't want her to get angry with the captain one day and then decide to start talking too loud around members of the Immaculate Faith or the Pure Way.
If she has a soul for adventuring, then surely she'll find a way to continue on with or without Captain. But to send her back to her old town in her old role would be torture. You can't expect someone to do that.
No, I'm not so heartless that I would send her back to that fate. But she is maybe not a lady by birth, but a lady by rearing and by nurture. She would not be blinded with jealousy towards the Captain Ash as someone who has a cool and collected head. She has a matter of grace to her and understanding of etiquette. We need someone here to help facilitate the organization of the other factions that we will be pulling into the anti-Ysir alliance. I think she might be a good person to manage our embassy here.
Funny enough, I was thinking the same thing. But that can be... That should most certainly be discussed with her in the room, and most likely after whatever happens.
Oh yes, I want to see how this turns out.
In the meantime, I need you to do something for me.
Absolutely.
I need your men to spread the word that another performance is going to be happening tonight.
Ooh,
just after sunset.
Okay, do you have, is there a theme to the night's event?
Closure.
An appropriate topic. Yes, I will have my men begin spreading the word.
Thank you. And as soon as Captain is done with his shenanigans, really need him to do something for me.
I can't cut a break, folks. What is this, hating on Captain Ash?
Hey, you
I placed an order. It's overdue.
I mean,
you're a great sailor, but you're not good at timetables.
I mean, the hints were there. He's literally behind delivering the cargo. This is the whole reason we came to this city. One of them. And has he delivered them? Like, no! He's forgot about it.
Got it. So I'll go talk to Saren, and she can put her boot down.
pop a boot in your butt.
Click, click, boom.
What is Ash's plan here?
The itinerary for today, Ash is already planned out. So, I mean, come on. Occasionally, some good stuff rubs off from Seren, right? I mean, come on. He's going to go and take the carts of the merchandise and deliver it to Malcolm Devore. Meanwhile, having throughout the day a heart-to-heart with Talia about what she wants out of life, what direction, and like, yeah, just kind of reconcile and prepare for her forging her own destiny. One of those hearts-to-hearts will be had in a warehouse, which Etz has described, where he will carve out a mask for Cheshire, and I assume by coincidence and efficiency, he will also manage to hear about the performance tonight and will be able to make a special addition to it. And so everything will come off flawlessly, as if Etzer has planned it using some scheme. Although, obviously, it would go right, unlike Etzer's scheme, so... No, I'm joking.
Shots fired.
Hey, everybody's bashing on Ash, so...
Well-deserved shade.
I mean, come on. But that's okay with you, that's pretty much my plan. So, depends on how easy it is. I'm assuming that people haven't, like, plundered the caravans of wares and people have been watching over it, either Etzer's retinue or maybe Lady Talia, who knows?
With Armistice's declaration, the Freemen have sort of created a, for lack of a better term, military cordon around the warehouse area. It's not that the three of you are necessarily sort of treated like kings, but there's a great deal of levity given here. You couldn't order people around, but they understand that movement through the area is pivotal to the continuation of their and growth of their society. So whilst the guards would stop you, one of their superiors would ask them to let you through. They say that's Captain Ash. He gets a free ride, and the lady hanging off his arm, she can go through too if she's with him. Everyone seems to assume that they're an item, which just serves to sort of rankle Talia just that little bit more.
Yeah.
She never really properly opens up to you. And she listens to your words and she talks back. It's like she spent the entire time anticipating being told to rack off. You know, from her perspective, Seren's now in the picture again, fully, so it's time for her to leave. And it on her, and I'm describing from her side because apparently Ash is utterly oblivious to these sorts of things. She almost makes a game out of trying to ask questions to urge him forward whenever he's about to sort of, you know, let her down or tell her a feeling or a truth. She seems to sort of be able to anticipate what it is he's about to say and ask another question that would sort of try to drag more information out of him that may or may not be uncomfortable, but it always seems a step ahead of you conversational wise. And by the end of this entire endeavor, goods are given over to Mr. DeRose. And he's thankful, and, you know, he'd almost forgotten about the blasted thing. You know, he was thinking of sort of sprucing up his estate a little bit, and here he is, having survived a invasion of his livelihood, and almost hailing his courier as a hero. So the day proceeds flawlessly. If you want to roll for the creation of the mask, you can.
Certainly would do. Is it a major project or a basic project?
Are you intentionally doing just one, or?
No, I think he's forgotten.
Okay, I need 4.
Yeah. Okay. I'll make 4.
Okay, we'll take that to a major.
Make 4.
We'll make it a major project.
A major
They are
project.
fairly intricate,
Okay.
and specific.
Yeah. Fantastic. Actually, don't know if I have enough. We'll have to see. No, I can only make 3. So.
Well,
No.
can they-
As in,
Oh.
the 4 of them are a major project.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, that's great. Which case, rather than stunt the describe the crafting now, can I reveal it as a surprise? I assume I've overheard some chatter of the events going on, perhaps when I.
Yep.
Yeah, fantastic. So, can I hold off making that roll until the reveal?
Yep.
Excellent.
Yep.
That's good. Yeah. So,
Do you remember what they are?
yes. So, folks,
Okay.
they are almost like, those classic drama masks that you put over your face to convey emotion. Cheshire asked Ash to make 4 such ones. He remembers it as... Oh gosh, what is it? Love? Sadness?
It's happiness,
Happiness?
sorrow,
Sorry.
anger, and fear.
And fear. Fantastic.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
There are still a few meetings to attend, some final ratifications of laws and some, negotiation to go through to make sure that everyone's happy with what it is that eventuates. In the end, the final product is pretty much fairly similar to what it is that you had originally drafted, with only a few minor changes here or there, changing a number ever so slightly to one side's favor, and the offset being that they get some other sort of levity extended to them. Those sorts of the sorts of political agreements and things that are put forward into bills like this. But by and large, it is the system that you devised. And the moment sort of comes and goes. You're 13 people standing in a room over a document. There's some signatures made, some wax stamps made, sealed, and it's almost disappointing that there isn't some grand heroic fanfare or flashes of golden light and great big red ribbon cutting with comically large scissors. Just 13 people in agreement deciding on how hundreds other people are going to live the rest of their lives.
Or so you say. With the bargain agreed upon and everyone's seal and signature on the documents have been completed, Etzer will sort of clap his hands for attention and look at everyone and just sort of take a moment to pause and say, a few days ago, you were enemies to each other. There was a gulf wide enough between you that an armada could sail through it. But here you stand today. You have put your past disagreements behind you. You have bound yourself together in brotherhood and community to abide by this new agreement as a path to set you forward in a spirit of prosperity and equity. I was blessed some time ago, for I too had made a sacred oath that was honored and sanctified by the gods. And by fulfilling the burden that I had placed upon myself in this holy deed, I had found myself enriched and made powerful. And it is hoped that by you doing so here today, such gifts might, in a way, befall you and your people. And as Etzer says that, I am going to spend 10 motes in a willpower, and his forehead will burst forward with his cast mark, and he will be wrapped in a penumbral halo of light as the writs and the statements in the document seem to lift off the paper and swarm around each person and sort of almost like a henna tattoo, brand both their hand, their heart, and their mouths, guiding their spirit, their words and their deeds towards the commitment of this oath before sublimating in golden light throughout the room.
So, if anyone needs an idea of what the masks look like in style while you make that roll, I posted some examples in Discord.
There's a solemnness to this act. Zetzer remember how he felt that first day when whatever it was that he did, whatever resolve he had found, all of a sudden the sun shone just that little bit brighter and fell heavy upon his shoulders and began to adorn his brow like a crown. That is the solemnity of this moment. And these articles, signed for and agreed by these people, binds not just them, but their society. This is a contract writ gold with the wealth of heaven. And it will not be denied. Later that evening, once Ash has finished his rounds, and Talia seems to have come to some sort of peaceful accord with herself, somehow, thinking something. And Cheshire is taking a few moments to prepare himself for this night, whatever it may bring, summoning up as much power and energy as he can, knowing the kind of exhaustion that will befall him. Each night a success and yet a failure. Get as many as he can. There's still hundreds more to go. And as he sort of walks out onto the street to prepare himself, revealed himself. He sees that the streets here are now filled with people. They're not just watching from their windows anymore. They're not a silent witness. Everyone has swathed themselves in some I'm really sorry, Plucky, that's distracting. They've swathed themselves in these plain white robes. Ermine Love still making a few adjustments here and there. They've come out here into the streets to create a area of parade and procession. Hundreds of people just lining the cobblestone street down into the bay. And as the last rays of sun disappear over the western horizon, the shapes return. The moon glows bright. It only has a few more days of its fullness, casting light through here like early morning sun. Everything glowing softly, every surface reflecting the light. Creates a very ambient luminescence.
Cheshire makes his way through the line of crowds that have gathered. He heads toward the shore, where the mass of figures wait. He has steeled himself for the evening and wants to draw on the strength of the other members of Chia in order to accomplish this. This needs to get done as soon as possible. It's his responsibility, it's his duty. As he reaches the shore, he turns and he faces the crowd. He thanks them for showing. He thanks them for participating in something that just a few days ago no one would have imagined and no one would have considered, especially given that it's the enemy, or it was an enemy nation. Consider it. This performance is dedicated to closure. To those individuals that lost their lives by my hand. I am the one responsible, and I must take responsibility. For that, I need your help. His voice is booming through the crowd as illusions start to take shape behind him into the shapes of the figures before that he's already touched. These individuals had families and loved ones, much as we all do. They had people that they wanted to return home to. And sadly, I cannot grant them this. What I can do is I can return them to the cycle of reincarnation, and they are guaranteed to return once again. It may not be in the same body, and it may not be under the same name, but those souls that are connected will find each other again. With that, he turns back toward the figures, The illusions tonight take the shape of a giant circle stage beneath him that's softly glowing like the zenith cast mark. The peripherals are taken up by small specks of light slowly drifting, floating upwards like small crystals. He walks to the center of the stage, and as he takes his position, all of the figures start to line behind him that he's touched. As he takes his first step into his performance, a flute sounds off in the distance, seeming to come out of thin air, followed by a lute to set the rhythm and the tone, followed by further drums as the earth beneath him joins in to the beat. He moves across the stage, and the figures from the sea start to circle around it. As he touches each one, once again, their injuries disappear. They become bathed in white clothing, and a single light flies off to the distance. The song that's being played is a song that his mother wrote several years ago when they had come across a dying bird in Champur. It was the song of sending, closure. So that is my full description of tonight's performance. Each individual that gets touched on the peripherals of the Zenith platform is to be saved. And this is going to take several mechanically it would be several performance actions in order to get as much power from the crowd as possible so that he can save as many people as possible.
Give me a stamina and take one.
Give you a what? Sorry, you broke up.
Sorry, stamina plus performance and
Okay.
a 2-point stun.
Seven, that's 10. 2, 1. Go ahead and spend that willpower and use another charm to add another success and reroll ones. Okay, and let's double nines on this as well. Okay, I'm gonna empty out my pool personal essence. So that's 5, and that adds 8 to my rolling pool. So 20 dice, re-rolling ones, and double nines. Here we go.
Ash, have you got your present ready?
I do indeed. Would you like me to describe it?
Sure.
So the stage the Cheshire's created is just before the sand meets the sort of cobblestone, the bit where there's still some dirt underneath the ground, and in the centre of the stage is a tall skeletal tree. And as the performance goes on, bits of light will catch along the trunk of the tree, and as people pay more attention to the performance, they'll notice that the tree has faces on it, blended into them, exquisite masks that subtlety isn't revealed until lights are cast just in the right direction, as if put there by fate. Their moods summing up Cheshire's performance as if it'd been pre-planned. When his performance talks of sorrow, the light strikes just the right, and wooden blocks in the tree cast a shadow, words upon the stage. Sorrow, an endless sea on a sunless horizon. You can be carried on its waves of resolve, or dragged to the depths of despair. True sorrow sailors seek not others to add to their sea, for wisdom from sadness is hard won. And if you turn around the tree where anger rises, rage, the hot winds that leaves husks in its wake, fire unquenchable that lashes out uncontainable, a coin with one side ear closed, a mind set. It is the air that carries to your feet when you have been beaten, the torch that burns in your heart while it beats. Defeat can't be known. And when rage passes, sunshine that turns aside the worries and wraps you in the bliss, the seeing through what is and what was, letting the heart speak. It's the laughter strands that weave through us all and that keeps us together, a beacon that stands from within and ushers forth, lighting a better way forward. And when happiness is gone, rage gone and sorrow, and you're consumed with fear, it's the darkness that creeps into your mind, the wrestle at your soul that bleeds out to reality, haunting creak, a tap at the door, a scream in the endless black, fate that can't be escaped, burning limbs futile in the attempts of escape, the sickly rising sensation that is birthed in knowing the ill fate that awaits, driving us to avoid its icy hands on our back. We feel it in the hopes that others won't feel fear's breath. And the masks themselves, which have this inscribed in the faceplate, the sorrow one will be teardrops ushering forth from the eyes that will create an ocean of sorrow where the waves are different figures bent in misery and sadness. Rage will be lines of fire drawn from the eyes, fangs snarled, face unblinkering, and the masks, wherever you look at it, it seems like it's focusing its attention on you. It is that unsurmountable, unforgiving fire that burns. Happiness will be a smile. Eyes like blissfully small slits, like barely can see them, as if just light relief is flooding through the mask. There will be wavy hair that seems to picture scenes from a summer's day, a mother and child looking out amongst their family, a person coming home from a long time at sea, couples together embracing in love and happiness. The fear one will be, it has what appears no eye holes. It is blank, but the more you look at it, the more shapes of your own terror seem to be reflected. The way the light changes, you see maybe a creepy spider ushering forth its tendrils creeping over the mask's face, or perhaps you'll see a pool of blood and a figure hunched over with sword in hand. You'll see sickness spreading through your village. You'll see that monster in the dark forest in the scraggles of the hair of the mask. And that's about the best description I can come for those things. I hope it's done Cheshire justice for what he wants.
I like it.
And now I'll make the roll with your permission, Elk.
You're muted.
You're muted, Elk.
Yes. 3 points.
Fantastic.
Another
So,
3-pointer.
just to remind people what a 3-point stunt will give me, it's
Two extra dice.
2 extra dice,
Mm-hmm.
2 automatic
it's-
2 automatic
successes, and a point of willpower. Which can I add to this dice roll?
Well, yes,
Yeah,
but it also,
effectively.
if you don't spend it, it also can go up over and above your full temporary pool.
Fantastic. So, let me just... And I don't have my wound penalties, folks, because I took a day off, so this is going to be pretty good. I'm also would have activated Craftsman needs no tools, because it's important to me to succeed and do it in a speedily fashion, otherwise there'd be no hope of making these works of art in time. Okay.
Is Etza getting up to anything during all of this?
No, this is these guys. I've seen their work before. This is their moment to shine, and I'm just gonna sit back and be wowed by what's gonna go on. He'll basically be drinking and hobnobbing with people in the crowd.
Okay.
Also, Elk, if you wanted an intimacy or intimacies to model this after, it would be Cheshire Awe, and everyone deserves closure.
Okay. As in, that's your inspiration?
In still, yeah.
I got 15 successes, including the automatic successes and a point of willpower I sunk into it.
And my performance, with all of the charms and excellency, garnered 21 successes.
Wow.
Damn.
Fear the eclipse. No, the zenith, I mean.
Fear those dancing shoes.
The prevailing emotional state of this enormous crowd behind Cheshire seems to fuel his actions and deeds. Like he can draw power from them that he's never felt that kind of connection to anyone before. Probably for Amber Glow. All that strength that you get when you're performing for the first time and you're nervous and you sort of glance to the side and you see your mother kneeling there watching you, smiling, and clapping her hands, and urging you on. And just that revivification that it affords you. It's all the energy you need. And this goes on through the night, into the wee hours of the morning. And having been up again, you're tired. You can feel that you're tired, but this crutch of people behind you keeps you standing, keeps you moving. You're sweating. Your body is exhausted. Sorry, very briefly, is my connection okay?
It's sounding clear at the moment, yeah.
Okay, good. Mm-hmm. I'm just seeing my video go all over the place at the moment, so I was just worried. As you lay your hands on the last of the crew, just as the sun rises, and its rays would have banished any hope of the procession existing. Not that it would have hurt them, but sunlight establishes order in the world. The order that you're helping bring by passing them through to where they are meant to be. And at the end of it, again, you're tired, aching, but vindicated. That elation of a great performance finished. And before you now, hanging on this tree, is the masks exactly as you envisioned them. A touch here or there that you had known in your mind you wanted to see but had never penned onto paper. Perfect reflections of your imagination. Ash, you're going to receive 9 gold points and 3 silver for 3 objectives fulfilled. And Cheshire has successfully sent the entirety of the rest of the Armada's crew as the sun rises on the other horizon.
With Cheshire's last bit of strength, his legs are weak, his arms he can barely lift. But he's going to reach and take each mask from the tree. As he touches each mask, depending on which one it represents, all of the intimacies pertaining to that particular emotion are going to be channeled into it, except for Cheshire's own. Everything that he's gathered from the crew up to this point. All their sadness is within the mask of sorrow. All their anger in the mask of rage. All their happiness in the mask of love. And all their fear into the mask of terror. Once that's done, he'll clutch all 4 close to him before falling backward on the beach. Satisfied with his work. As
you fall back, a pair of arms envelop you, lowering you down gently, resting your head softly against the sands. And it's not who you thought it would be. It's not Ash. It's not Etza. And it's not Amber. It's your father looking down on you.
What?
As sleep starts to tug you away from the waking world. And you swear that billowing off him is the very soft and pleasant scent of roasted bread, sugar, and cinnamon. And that's where we're going to end our session today.
Okay. I'm gonna peg it on his delirium and exhaustion. But if it's not that upon waking up again, should just go woo.
Yeah. Interesting.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back.
Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed the episode. It was quite a lot to get covered, really. I think we did quite a bit. There was a kind of spent most of it lying on my back eating apples and resting, so while the others did all the hard work. Kind of like eager to set my sights on where next, folks. That's the question burning in my mind. Where are we going next? Seems like
Champor.
Yeah, obviously Champor. Well, wait, your father's here. Do we need to go to Champor?
Yeah.
Really? What's in Champor? I thought it was just
To
a...
his dealings and his connection.
Oh, yeah, which
So had a weapons guy.
which is your father? Wasn't it?
I thought it was another individual that knew my father.
I don't know, I thought his...
Correct.
Oh, okay. In which case... Stand corrected. I thought your father was the contact that I was going to meet.
Yeah, but
His
now
father's
that,
the guy that you talk to get in contact with the contact.
Yeah.
yeah, he's the liaison. He's the go-between, the middleman.
Yeah, I know. Old... I think his name's Teruk, is it? No, that the weapon guy.
No, his name is. Gosh, it's been so long.
Doesn't even know his own father's name. What is going on?
I want to say Saren.
That's...
No, it's not Saren. Or is it?
Oh god.
Such music.
Takur, or Taru. Takur is the weapons merchant. Competitors...
Syrian.
Yeah, Syrian. Competitors had a nasty habit of turning up dead in Champor. That's my notes, folks. Yeah. So did you get what you hoped to get done in this session, Elk, for the story of Child?
Yes.
Let's
Oh my
Yeah.
god, really?
cheer. Let's go to a place I can pronounce, folks. That's what I want to do.
How is Chia harder than Champor?
Champor, yeah. It's two words focused together, isn't it? Sham and pour. Both words I know quite well. Sham and pour. Champor. Whereas cheer is like cheer and cheerer, which I shortened due to the contraction of my cheerer. I'm not a language guy, folks.
That's right. I don't fully understand the difficulty, so I'm just curious.
I think it probably has something to do with like how my mind processes linguistics, probably connected to dyslexia, and like combining of words or like shortening or transmuting them. Things get lost in the signal, folks. Yeah, I like how I like look at Elk dropping some sick moves. It's awesome.
You said transmuting, so I was Edward Elvick transmuting words in the air.
Nice, I like it. So yeah, I felt we turned the page on, at least for the meanwhile, on that city. I feel we achieved a lot in that session. What are your thoughts and feelings, Cheshiretza? Zix or Culture Shock?
Closure is definitely an accurate word for this session, because it kind of wrapped up a bunch of things. There's still a lot of things that we need to finish as because of Etzer's...
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
Etzer's plot being tied off, and it's just waiting to be discovered. And then trying to figure out what's going to happen with Syrian, if that's actually him.
Yeah.
Along with Amber Glow.
One of my favorite things in pretty much all of television was from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, actually. In season 2, I think it is, or 3, I don't actually remember. There's this interaction between two of the characters, and it's a lie. One of the characters lies to the other one. And it's a inconsequential lie, and it affects the story not a bit. And it just sort of, the show just moves on. And then in the very last season, in like the third last episode, there's a callback to it. Where with Buffy, the main character, is like, you know, I've had all these troubles, and, you guys, telling me X, Y, Z. And they all sort of look at each other and go, what? We never said that. It's just a callback to that lie that was told way, way, way back at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about our Circle's foundations being built on lies and insanity, but
I just enjoy making Shock sweat.
Jeez. I mean,
so why do you feel that way? Well, let me go into a long list lie. Well, that seems to make sense. I had to be the deceitful character around the guy who could smell truth, and the other one eats emotions.
to be fair, though,
good luck with that.
To be fair, Ash does not abuse his power of knowing what people are thinking or feeling, or properly utilize it in most cases as well. So,
yeah. Again, you have an off button. I don't.
So.
Oh, I don't want to smell people's emotions anymore. Okay, I'm just gonna turn that off.
I hope the masks were okay for you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I liked them.
Yeah.
Consequences of today's session. Churchill. Gain a dot in a cult.
Ooh.
That is
Yes.
cult, not a cult.
I wonder. I thought for a moment it's like he probably means cult. I'm gonna hear it as cult. That's right.
Yes. I'm super excited. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, sorry. So we have viewers that we should be talking to.
Do indeed. I mean, this is sort of the part in the like post-session glow where we all get to like froth about what went on, what we agreed with, what was the highlight, questions you have, feelings, thoughts. You know, feel free to throw them in there. If you're viewing us through, you know, the Onyx Path, thank you again for hosting us, or Mr. Badmech, also really nice that they also host us as well. You're gonna have to like pop to the main channel for us to see the chats, I'm afraid, folks. I'm just gonna go and have a quick scout though, little recon to see what's going on. But yeah, otherwise we will miss out because I'm not currently scanning all those hosted channels.
I'm interested to hear from you, Shock, about what has transpired, the success of one plan and the failure of another, and where is Etzer at?
I would say he's now on a bit of an up. He's had a lot of numerous setbacks. He's lost his connection, source to weapons. He tried to show his might and fight Kashin Kazan on his own and got walloped in the process. They kind of had to retreat from the city, and they only destroyed the fleet by unleashing a terrible weapon whose consequences are unknown. So those are all kind of on the con side of his tally sheet. Those are not great victories, but he is finally got basically a sovereign nation state to buy into his ideas of social order, of legal theory and philosophy, and has sort of built a base of operations for his ongoing plan. So despite all of his previous setbacks, he thinks that, you know, he's off to now a strong start, and he can start building from here. And I look forward to seeing whatever happens with Kashin Kasan as that comes down the pipeline.
I hope you guys like what I'm doing with that, because I do.
Oh, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. There's nothing better than like that Bond villain that just keeps coming back.
That's the thing. I often will put lots of time and effort into NPCs, and then they will usually not survive an entire fight. So I like that there will be a good reoccurring antagonist with some character and charm and good interpersonal beef between me and him.
I mean, if we didn't want Kashin Kasar to at least like stick around, I wouldn't have like tried not to kill him, right? So I think it's credit to you that your characters are like enthralling. They're not just an obstacle that we like have to fell down like fields of wheat amongst us. We actually, there's consequences, and we want to have, you know, them to answer for what they've done, or give them an opportunity to explain. At least, I mean, I don't know if that's very Dawn-like, or whether I'm like, you know, but I'm trying to feel the role of Dawn as best I can, folks. So
one of the things I like to stress to players who play in my games, especially when they're playing a Dawn who is, on the face of it, very focused around combat, is that being a warrior or being a fighter of any kind, when set into a setting like Exalted, where we look at thematically not just, you know, who are these heroes and what can they do, but rather why are they heroes? Are they really heroes? What makes a hero? All those sorts of questions that we like to sort of ponder, whether directly being asked in game or sort of just on the side, being able to have discussions afterwards. The role of the warrior is not just punching people or swording people. It's knowing, it's silly question, Shakespeare, to punch or not to punch? You know, it's not just using violence to solve all of your problems, but knowing when violence isn't going to solve a problem and acting on that accordingly. Because violence doesn't solve all problems. In fact, it solves very few problems. It's like the one of my players in one of my other games was saying that they felt that their role as the Dawn is to sort of pick up the pieces if the other player's actions failed, and beyond that, sort of not just go charging headlong into every single conflict that they can find. Once diplomacy fails, or if diplomacy fails, then a battle ensues, then it's the Dawn's time to shine. Not sort of forcing conflict all the time and always sort of charging into battle. But that's like a future looking back at the role of the warrior hero throughout their quest. A lot of warriors start off quite brash and throwing themselves into the thick of it, but that's not the only type of warrior there is. Certainly not the only way to start.
As clearly demonstrated by Captain Ash.
Well, he likes to think he's wise, although he likes to be the fool, let's face it. It's very, it's sort of laid back. Kind of.
Yeah.
Wisdom dispensing-ish. Knowing what's going on. Making spurious guesses at what lies ahead. On the winds of fate. And maybe surprising people sometimes with works of great beauty.
And Toshima Umasai, now a canon character.
I know, I love that little into the bowl. I kind of envisaged him much the way, like, very much buddy to everybody, which is great. I'm glad you picked up on that as a storyteller. But I kind of see him as quite bold. You know, have you ever watched Bleach?
Yes.
You know the guy with the spears, that folds up, that's bold, and he, like, second series, I think.
Yeah, I do know.
Yeah, kind of like a more, like, maybe more friendlier than him, but the same sort of, like, I feel like he's got the same sort of vibe for friendship. And also, like, the Last Airbender kind of style as well. Maybe that's because he's bold as well.
Sokka? Or Zuko?
I don't know. The, like, bald-headed kid. Yeah, sure. That guy.
Oh, Aang.
Bald people are just friendly.
Yeah.
Except when they sport a moustache. Then they're unfriendly.
Yeah, he doesn't have a moustache. So, don't worry, folks. That's the moustaches.
The moustache, your question. Yes, Vero, thank you for the donut. It was very tasty.
Good work, keeping our GM fueled.
Amazing you managed to get past these sort of the blockade of children to get to me.
I hope the performance battery wasn't too meta.
No, it's not something that I would sort of use repeatedly, but there was the best way to say it, there was no. I don't think you being just unable to get it done was necessarily dramatically very interesting. So giving you the option of being able to get it done, giving you the choice to do the role, rather than just going, okay, well, I have X amount of modes, so I can do this many people. We'll call that a night, and then we'll just wake up tomorrow and we'll do it again. You're like,
okay,
could have done it that way, but then, I'm not going to give that screen time.
No. Like, I feel like
I appreciate it. Just so you know.
I think it thematically worked very well, and I'm glad that we have such a capable storyteller that will, like,
be flexible.
Yeah, put the story first and have the sort of cinematic feel for it over, like, especially when it's not like necessarily a clear advantage. It's a bit of like story and like setting the mood, and it's not like he's got a brand new Diclave out of it. Do you know what I mean? Or it's not like he's conquered the city with it. It's like it's just sort of rippling those feels and like amplifying the scene and giving it that dramatic taste that's so good, which I really appreciated. I assume with Talia, I know our little buddy day out kind of was very. We had some highlights, but I feel like because the other two talked about their like plots and plans for it, I feel like that may come in more next episode, folks. I don't know if that was the intention, Elk, or whether.
Sorry about that.
No, not at all. Like, you know.
My intentions remain mysterious and unknown.
Yeah. I mean,
Even to me.
I kind of feel like for when you're like handing out like you've got a dot in a coat Cheshire, I was like, and you got a point in Nemesis Plucky, and I was like, wow, thanks. I mean,
Not a merit. That's a flaw.
Yeah. Yeah, like. Coach?
Talia's not evil. She just like I
mean, I do bring out the worst.
She's treated.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
So I like how the normal reputation is that a sailor has a woman in every port, and Captain Ash probably had some really angry lady who's about ready to give him an earful at best.
I don't like not Captain Ash's mind. Clearly, like
It's like that scene in Pirates where Jack Sparrow gets off the ship and this woman just comes up with this big slap in the face. He goes, "I'm not sure I deserve that." And then another woman comes up and gives him a slap again. He goes, "Yeah, no, I deserve that one."
Yeah. I mean, he's not like a heartless monster. He's just like appreciates the brief connection people have and lets that moment take a separate journey,
I believe that's called a shameless flirt. So.
Yeah, I mean, he does, like his one of his, I think, defining a major. Was it? Wow, where is it? I'm looking through my sex. Where is it?
So I have to ask, what was the difficulty for that performance role? If you feel like telling.
The performance role didn't have a difficulty.
Damn
The amount of successes you got gave me a rough idea of essentially how long you were going to be able to go. Now I've talked about this on the forums actually. I'm used to my groups not necessarily going all hell for leather on everything. So like successes in the 10s and 15s and 20s isn't something I'm like used to after what's been about 2 years I think of running for these guys. It's been pretty tame, so I'm just going to have to keep that in mind because it's a problem other people have mentioned that they run into a lot. I'm just like, okay, well, it just hasn't caused any issues yet, but hey,
Yeah.
The fight with Kashim was fun.
Yep, definitely enjoyed
Yeah.
that. I mean, Ash will sink lots of motes into things he cares about. So, like, he would often like burn like a full excellency on this crafting project for like Cheshire's masks. Because it's clear that Cheshire really cares about them. Like, I'm not quite sure Ash knows what to make of Cheshire. To be honest, I've got to sort those intimacies out. He obviously likes his company, and he's accepts him being around, but he's also, I guess, probably concerned about him and a little bit scared. Probably, is scared the right word?
I fully expect people to at least be wary.
Probably wary. Yeah, wary. I think wary's definitely the word. Yeah.
Like, he hasn't gone rogue yet, but he's done some questionable things.
I mean, haven't you both really? I mean, Captain Ashton.
Everyone. Yeah. I think has done something a little questionable.
I think the only innocent person currently present is Saren. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No.
What have I?
Saren is our moral compass.
What have I done wrong? What has Ash done wrong?
The fact that you don't know the answer to that question is the problem.
Folks, they're just like out to persecute me. See what I have to put up with? I save their lives. I make them like stages and masks, and what do I get in return? Just like, talking about me when I'm not around and like slagging me off. Jeez, dude. Life of the Dawn. Hashtag Life of the Dawn.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thank you very much for our hosts, Thank you for everyone who has contributed to the chat. Hi. Does anyone have any questions or concerns before we sign off today?
Not really a concern, but a comment. Next session is a big session.
Is
you know
it?
why?
We're going
We
back
could
to
hit
Singapore.
SS2.
SS2.
Ooh. Is that after it?
Yep.
Ooh, that's a milestone.
Almost as if I planned this.
Ho ho ho!
Wow, I feel like that means, folks, we're going to be in for another high action, high drama, high mystery episode. So, no pressure, Elk. I'm looking forward to it. We're like, before we sign off, do you mind if we quickly say where we think next session will carry us?
Go for it.
I mean, I imagine we're going to properly go back to Champor. We've been putting it off for a while. Like, Cheshire hasn't been reunited with his family. I've got to pay off the docking fees, which isn't really a reason for me to return, but I probably should, you know. And I feel like, I don't know how Etzer would feel about that. How would you feel about returning to Champor? I guess you want to get your weapons for your new confederacy of military.
Etzer's pro going back to Champor.
Yeah.
He's got missing connections. He feels that it's important for Cheshire, who's in a bad state because of his actions. So, also, he has a lot of valuable goods, but not really liquid money. So, he thinks he can sell off some of his newly begotten loot.
Cheshire still doesn't know what to do with this like new credit card line that he has through the Baron. Like,
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
what do I do with this thing?
I mean, we've accumulated a lot of wealth in theory in such a short space of time.
Yeah.
I feel.
Can you keep it?
Yeah, I feel like.
Note that I haven't given the resources back out yet.
Yeah, I did notice that. I was like,
know.
something's like what? I mean, technically we haven't like secured it, I guess, enough, maybe, or maybe we'll be waylaid in Chia. Why
did you second guess yourself?
I don't know.
Chia.
Chia?
You got it right.
Chia? By little resistance, pockets of thieves. Who knows, folks? Feel free to speculate.
Yeah, I mean, I am guarding a king's ransom with 3 goons, so...
Hey.
Well, you have a veritable army there as well.
Oh, and Biggs and Wedge. Biggs and Wedge can be put to work.
You have like the iron dogs as well at your disposal if you can drag them out of the tavern and convince them it's worth their time.
Oh, actually, that's a good point. Cheshire, take Biggs and Wedge as retainers.
You got it.
Wow.
I need it. I need more. I need more merits. Open merits.
See, being a social zenith, you like people gravitate towards you, and you have such a strong influence on the social landscape of places. It's like just as like a dawn can feel like gods of the mountain, zeniths can like take whole cities into their heart. So I like how each class has their own like prowess in certain fields. It gives a real
yeah. What intensity of allies is that? Or retainers?
Retainers. They're skilled bodyguards, essentially.
Okay, so 1 dot.
Yeah.
Cool. Yay! Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Lucky.
No worries. I was just like sort of rambling on as I do. It's quite early in the morning, so I'm like just happy. Like, you know when you have a good session, you have that afterglow, and you're like mind's full of possibilities of where it's going to go next. I'm kind of at that stage. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. It's
Nothing
okay.
wrong with that at all. Okay, so if there aren't any other further questions or concerns, I think we might sign off and do the post-game debrief.
Sounds like a plan.
Thanks for
Thank
watching.
you, everybody, for watching.
Thanks for watching, folks. Plucky Hero signing off.
This is Zix's Cheshire. Have a good evening.
Culture Shock signing off as Dexter.
And the storyteller getting in there. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you very much for watching. I hope to see you all again next week. It's been really fun.
Bye.